All right. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev, y'all. Today, I'm continuing the work that I started yesterday. I had a lot of help, especially from one Dragon Blade. Much appreciation to you, Dragon. We got some damage indicator stuff going. It's a little more than that. Basically, you are this alien invading Earth in this game that I'm making, and you have hit points. So there you can see we have numbers. They're kind of ugly. I don't really want to rely on those numbers. So I wanted to look into other ways to show the player that they have injured limbs. So you can kind of see that like the body slash head and the arm have 3 and they're flashing red. Now if I hit my legs, now my legs are all hurt. So this game is all about protecting your limbs from obstacles. There's going to be another component where you grab people and animals and you eat them and it heals your limbs, but yeah, we're not at that stage yet. I'm just prototyping this game. I'm just out here prototyping this game. I've got a little hack and plan. Hack and plan is a project manager for game developers, and I have been using that to help me keep track of what we're doing. And indeed, today in progress, injury effects. We put in 6 hours yesterday, and let's see if we can beat the 13-hour estimated time. We'll see. So yeah, so what do I want to do to expand on this today? Well, right now it flashes, but it doesn't change its flash speed when you get more damage, which is kind of what I want. And I'm not even sure I'm sold on this as the best way to represent this damage to the player. I guess in a perfect world there'd be like a nice shader on here that would like radiate colors and it would look really pretty. But I'm prototyping this. So the other thing you'll see in the hack and plan here, we're in the prototype phase. This is phase 1 of the prototype phase. Very early stuff. So where we're gonna take this, I'm not sure, but I kind of want to get the base level gameplay down, and then from there we can look at it and say, you know what, something that would help the game a lot is if that flash was better. So I gotta say, just looking at it and analyzing it like right now, I feel like it's a little extreme almost. You can see, so the other thing is, right now you don't eat the meat to heal, but you can grab it, and then when you collide with it, it heals you, and you can see the flashing stops. So that's good. So that's some progress, but what I'd really like to do is get it so it flashes faster the more damage you take. There's a lot of little things that I see that I want to fix. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. There are some problems that we are going to encounter in terms of speeding this up. So let's dig in and let's see what we can solve today. I do this every Tuesday and why do I say that? Every Wednesday and Thursday. Every Wednesday and Thursday I do these Godot live devlogs working on this Alien Meat World game. And yeah, so thank you for joining and being a part of it. Make sure you leave a thumbs up if you haven't yet. Hyper smash that thumbs up button, baby. Bing, bing, bing. Thank you if you can do that. I appreciate it. It helps so very much. All right, looks like we got a Frank Franz in this house. Frank Franz, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing good today. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep doing some damage indicator stuff. We had some great success yesterday. But there's still more work to do. So I'm gonna get into it and see what we can accomplish. Now, so the code that we ended up using was very much written by a chatter, which I appreciate. I did a first pass of how I wanted to do it, and the way that I was doing it was much less elegant. However, it made it easier to increase the flash. So the way that we ended up doing it, so we set up 2 timers, right? Which had been the way things were going. So we create 2 timers using an onReady annotation. You can accomplish how cute this alien is. That's true. So that's the other thing I want to do today, actually. I want to have it so when you get hit, like there's more of a reaction, right? So we have like the screen flashes, There's some flashing of the body part, but I love if like the alien like looked at the body part, was like, oh no, I'm hurt, and then like went back to running. So maybe we can accomplish how cute this alien is today. And get some animation where we can appreciate its adorable little face. A part of me wants it to like look at the player and be like, hey, you hurt me, how dare you? You gotta be more careful with me. I'm running here. Something like that. Yeah, it is a pretty cute alien, right? I think so. So we've got two timers that get created up here, and then later on down the line in the ready function, this is where we have a little bit of a problem. I love it too. I love it too. Down here in the ready function, we set up the timer. Now the problem with this is if we are taking more damage as the game goes on, then I can't update the ready function. I can't update it anymore because the ready function runs once. But this being set up in the ready function is very important. So alternatives, I mean, would be to have this function run more often, I would guess. This particular starting the timer. So this starts the damage timer. Now, the thing is it being here helps it be syncopated. So whenever we take the damage, if we're not falling in a hole as soon as we start, whenever we take the damage, even if it's at different times, the flashes are all in sync, which is pretty important, I think, and I think that helps with things looking better. And it's a little aggressive. I feel like there needs to be some other way to represent the damage. You know, something else I thought about too was like, it could be like temporary. Like maybe it's not always flashing. It just flashes for a little bit. Red light, green light, yeah. Maybe it just like starts out with some flashing to let you know that it got hit. Then we don't have to worry about speeding it up or anything, right? And then we could apply an effect. Someone, a chatter who came through yesterday, had suggested maybe just having like some shiver, like an offset, you know, going on. And it just like kind of, the limb sort of shivers when it's damaged. We could also have like a number pop up, like how much damage was taken, right? So we could I think this is what I want to kind of do today, is just like focus on different ways. And then when you heal, it could do a little +1 or something. I think that could be kind of some fun stuff to try to do today. It's a lot, but it could be nice. So we could leave this up here in the ready function. Anyway, to continue on what this is. So it starts the damage timer. And then it also sets the material reset. This is the second timer that puts us back to the original green color. That we're just making sure we're defining that as a one-shot timer, even though we're calling it over and over again. And then down here in the flash damage func, we've got, well, I was setting up this variable for current health divided by 3. We don't really need this anymore because I don't think I want to do the sped up. I don't think I want to do the sped up thing. That's what that was for. So I'm actually gonna not do any of that. So that was what I was gonna do, is I was gonna have the current health, you know, multiplied by the current health relative to the max health divided by the time that the timer lasts. So that way it would flash quicker if you had more damage. But I don't know if that makes sense. And I might want to use that, however. So we might want to leave it, actually, because I might want to use that for the shiver. So the shiver gets stronger. Or, you know, or we do the shader stuff, which is what I was looking at yesterday, was maybe adding shaders in. But I don't really know a lot about shaders, and it's kind of some effort. And I didn't really find one that I felt was suitable. Maybe I need to look harder. So anyway, so yeah, so if the current health is less than the max health, so that's why when we heal, the flash goes away, because then no longer this is true. If the current health is less than the max health, then we say change the material to red, or the damaged material. Start the material reset timer, so get ready to put it back to the default. Wait for that reset to end, and then put it back to default. And that's pretty much it. I think we can get rid of this stuff and everything should be fine. So yeah, so I'm thinking maybe the flash could be shorter, and in a couple different ways. Shorter in that, do we immediately hit a bug or did I just click out of it? I think it was the second one. So you know, we can have it flash faster and it only lasts for a short amount of time, and then the flash stops. And to stop the flash, I guess we'd want to count, right? We want to count how many times it has done it, or start yet another timer, right? A third timer. That probably makes the most sense. So let me make this a little shorter, for one. So the way that this works is it's like the difference between, so this is how long it stays on the damage material, 0.4 seconds. And then up here, this is how long it stays on the default material, so 0.8 seconds. And then the like flash is like the time in between or whatever. So what if I make this like 6 and 3? It's not going to feel that much different. It's a pretty subtle difference. But if it's only going to last for a while, I feel like the flash should be a little shorter, just to give you that indication. What if we try a 2 and a 4? I'm just trying to keep some like balance between the distance between these flashes. Nice, I like it. So then we'd only want that to stay that way for a little while. So we kind of want to create another timer. All right. So we're going to say this is, I'm going to call this damage flash timer. And then we'll have just like an overall damage timer. Which I guess I'll put this above, and I could have just, it's okay. Damage timer, damage flash timer. So I'm going to want to take all the ones that say damage timer. So I'm going to search up damage timer in here. We're going to replace this with damage flash timer. Keep searching. We do want to add that anyway. Add child damage flash timer. This one is the one we want to start early. And that looks good. Okay, so now with the damage timer, I want that to start at the same time as the material reset timer. So we'll just say damage timer start. And this one, let's say 4 sec, 5 sec, 6, 10 seconds. We'll try 10 seconds. Now, when this ends, I need it to do something. I need it to... So somehow, I guess we could have it, like, update a variable. Could be something we do. But I kind of need, like, I need some way for it to flag or communicate with that variable. I need to sip some tea to think about this. Because the timeout isn't like a Boolean that's true or false. It's like an event, kind of. It's like, it's a signal. Okay, so right, so it's a signal, and it... Yeah. How do I want to update this so it stops happening? I could say stop, but I still have to, because we're waiting for the material reset timer to stop, and then we're putting this here. If I put another await, then I think we're gonna have problems. I'm curious. I feel like it's not gonna work, but I'm just kind of curious. And then what if we say this makes material reset? Well, we don't want that to stop. Well, we don't want to stop anything, really. I guess we'd want to say when that's done, set it back to default and leave it there. But that's not going to work. So if I say, I mean, there's no way it's going to work. So if I create, it's just probably not going to work. If I say variable damage timer end, variable damage timer end equals false. And then we have damage timer end gets set to true here. And then we say and damage timer end. I don't think this is gonna work, but it's worth a shot. It's not even flashing at all. It's not even flashing at all. Oh, we'd actually want to say it has to be set to false, actually. That's why it's not starting. Because it's looking for it to be true, but it's not true yet. Okay, so it's flashing. Now, after 10 seconds, will it stop flashing? Probably not. But it is continuously flashing, which I'm a little surprised by. I'm surprised that it even did that. I think it's been 10 seconds. I'm pretty sure it's been 10 seconds. If I were to guess, I would say it's been 10 seconds. I'm surprised it doesn't do something, like throw up an error. So I'm a little curious. I mean, if I make this 1 second, right, it'll be more obvious. And then I'll say print damage timer ended. Or we could even say print damage timer end. Yeah, when the Godot geniuses aren't around, this is how it has to be. And I like it. I love just like problem solving, you know, because I'm kind of new to Godot and text coding in general. Yeah, so nothing's happening. There's no await. It could be that the timer isn't starting and ending properly, right? Which would be weird. I'm surprised that it doesn't end at all. So what we could say, how about this? I have another idea. What if we created a function? I have an idea. So we're going to get rid of all this damage timer stuff in here. Right, so this will be normal. But I like this. This is kind of what I expect to come in here and do, you know, is to problem solve. And I like doing it. I do. All right, so we're back to normal. Endless flashing. Now, what if I create a new function? And we say this is flash damage end, right? And we call that function whenever we take damage. So we say flash damage end. So that should fire. And then when that happens, that's when we start the damage timer. Well, let's make it 1 second for now, just so we can appreciate it having an effect. And then I'll increase it. I don't want to wait 10 seconds and be like, was it 10 seconds? I'm not going to bother with that. So the damage timer will start. And then we say await damage timer timeout. And we can say set a variable. So we'll create a variable up here. Variable damage timer end set to false. And then we'll say make it true. And then we can come back in here and say, and damage timer end is set to false. Now I'm also going to have it print the status of damage timer end, so we can see if it's actually doing anything. I don't know if this will work, but I'm just trying to use the tools in my toolbox that may or may not be tools that I understand. No working. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I wonder if like await isn't working because I haven't like set up the timer correctly. So if I look at the other one, I think we might need to say, we might need to make it an on ready just like the other. Right. Wait, no, we do. On ready, damage timer, timer new. We're creating a new damage timer right there, same way. We're adding it as a child. Do we need this anymore? Damage flash timer? I don't think, is that a thing anymore? It is a thing anymore. It is absolutely a thing anymore. Maybe I need to do that. But this will just fire a function when a timer ends, and this timer is always happening. Maybe I need to define, you know, the material reset one. We're here saying that it's like one shot. It could also be that it's auto starting. We might want to say damage timer auto start false, even though that should be false already. But that could be something to set up ahead of time. I'm just trying to organize this a little better. So I'm just kind of grouping them up a little bit here. Okay. I mean, we could say the one shot. I feel like the one shot is not necessary, but you know, I'm still trying to understand timers. I really am. Because I really want to use timers very badly. And I hope that I could just kind of figure it out based on what we did yesterday, but maybe not. It would be helpful to know if this function is even firing. So I'm also going to say that. Let's say print. We could do, was it print stack? Just like that? I don't remember exactly how we use print stack. We learned it yesterday, but I forgot how to type it. I forgot how to type it. Let me look this up. Print stack GD scripts. Print underscore get. Print get underscore stack. Is that what I want? Print underscore, oh, parenthesis. Gotcha. That makes sense. All right, so let's see if we get, if we're even calling this function in the first place. So it is calling flash damage end. Every time it loops, it's calling flash damage end. So that function should be running. But the damage timer doesn't seem to be starting in a way that I can await and time it out. Why not? Why does the material reset work with await? I just don't know. We add child damage timer, add child material reset. When we added the one-shot thing, not that I think that's necessary. We've got it set up as an on-ready variable. Timer equals timer.new. Really not sure. Because to me, this looks like we're doing the same thing as the material reset. I mean, I doubt it wants it to be a float with a decimal like that. That shouldn't make any difference. I wish there was some way to check what this timer is doing, how it's behaving. Because if it were working, we would get this true or false here. You know, I could also put this in as like a string, but nothing's going to output down here in the output log, unfortunately. Oh, it does end. Okay, wait. Okay, all right. So is it not accessing this variable correctly? Damage timer, it must exist, otherwise it wouldn't work. But if I, add this in here as damage timer end, so that means it should say true or false. It should say damage timer end, true or false, indicating whether or not that variable is getting set. Then it's not outputting anything. What? I mean, that's weird, right? It's almost like the variable doesn't exist. Oh, my keyboard battery is low? That's not good. I've run out of AAA batteries, and I'm going to be using some other almost dead batteries. Let's hope that doesn't become an issue. Oh, I'm going to be upset if that does become an issue. Wow, look, it's not printing anything. What? And what if I get rid of that? I mean, that's it? Like, it's just that I'm trying to print it as a variable information, and that causes some kind of problem? Well, now it's not coming at all. Why did it come before? Oh, I'm very confused. Okay, now we're getting damage timer end. Now it's showing up. It's not changing the variable. Okay. So let's also add in whether or not it's true or false. And now it doesn't print anything. Okay, I think I know what might be... I don't know if I know what's happening. Right. Oh. Maybe this is it. Because I'm saying don't... Because I have like a recursion going on here, right? I'm calling the function after it sets this... So it might not... Maybe I need to put this out here for it to work right. Because... I mean, it still doesn't really make sense why sometimes it slips through. And maybe it does make sense. Oh, man, that didn't fix it. That didn't fix nothing. Oh, man. Dang. And my keyboard battery is dying. Goodness gracious. Oh, they changed how my internet kilobits. Sometimes my internet has problems. It's not having problems right now, but recently OBS got updated. You're Jumbo Josh. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Cheetos? AKA Jumbo. So I actually need to adjust this. I don't know why. I mean, I understand why OBS wants to update, but it didn't seem like the most necessary thing to change. But whatever. They said they added more easily recognizable icons. I guess it is. I guess it is. I guess it's nicer. Alright, anyway, I don't really need that right now. But welcome, good to have you, Cheetos. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. This is weird. And so if I remove that, now I'm still calling that function outside. I mean, there's clearly something I fundamentally don't understand about coding here. Which is obvious. But I mean, in this particular instance. And now it's just not showing up at all. How strange. Now I could... So here we're connecting damage flash timer timeout to flash damage. So that gets called every time damage flash timer ends. Could I connect this to flash damage end as well, like that? No. No, I cannot. Damage flash timer timeout. Okay. And I mean, I'm sure I can't do it twice. Well, it's not giving me an error yet. So I could try calling it here. Not getting any output down here, so I'm not sure that did much of anything. And we could also just see if it's getting called in the first place. So at least yeah, so it is getting called. It's getting called constantly, all the time. Because that's just always running. But it's not ending. It's just not, like, waiting for it to end, which is so confusing to me. Why? You know? Why? Why? I mean, maybe, like, this name is confusing it somehow? I mean, that seems unlikely. That seems very unlikely. So we can see it's getting called all day. Yeah, apparently I don't understand timers at all, which is disappointing. So maybe, you know, I could do some research or whatever. We could say coroutines or GDScript await even just not working. GD script, await, timeout. Yeah, I feel like I'm just using it really wrong. So another option would be to put it in process, which I don't really want to do because that's just like kind of unnecessary, you know, in theory. So this would be creating the timer outside of the code, which maybe I could do. I'm worried that that could cause a problem. I really thought this would be a pretty simple thing. We're gonna be stuck with this for a minute. I have a feeling we're gonna be stuck on this for a minute. That's just a feeling that I have. I mean, I guess out of curiosity, you know, if I put this in a process function, would it work better? And then I want to make sure I'm not connecting this anymore, because that doesn't exist. So this would just start right off the bat, and we would just get this printed after a second. There's no... It's not happening based on anything other than it just starts. But we're not getting anything printed. So I think I have something fundamentally wrong with the way that I'm typing this. But why? Why is this so wrong? If this is the same thing. Hey, DNF, thank you. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the well wish. I appreciate it. Good evening to you as well. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Oh, my keyboard battery is dying on me. My keyboard battery is dying. I don't know how to code. I've only got already dead batteries, but not all the way dead batteries to switch to. So, you know, it's okay. It's going okay. You know, I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad to hear it. That's a wonderful thing. That's a wonderful thing. I'm doing pretty well, honestly. I just, you know, have a battery issue. Hopefully these nearly dead batteries will hold out. These nearly DNF dead batteries will hold out. You're doing better than the keyboard. That's good. Well, that's good. That's what we should be. We should be doing better than almost dead batteries. Yeah, I don't know why this timer isn't working. I really don't. And it's frustrating because it feels like it should be working. I could also create it outside of this. Like, I don't need to set it up this way. I don't understand why I can't set it up this way. But I don't really need to set it up this way, right? So we could just create it just like this. Get underscore tree. All that. Like, I could just do it that way. And I mean, if that works better, fine. So I'm going to actually undo back to not having the process function. And indeed having the flash damage end function. And we don't have to call it this often. I'm just going to have it indeed called whenever this is. And then I guess that would be still pretty often. And then instead of setting it up over here, we would just set it up elsewhere. So get rid of this. Don't really understand why I can't do it that way. Just don't. I just don't. So we want to say... Now we can literally put that all in one. We can create it and await it all at the same time. Get tree. Create timer. The only thing is, you know, we don't name this or anything. We'll make it 1 second and say .timeout. I don't know that we need to add a child or anything like that. And then we would just say damage timer end and then tell it to print it. It might well work. I don't know why the other way doesn't work. It is ending. It certainly is ending very quickly. All right, that works. That works. You know, I don't know why it didn't work the other way. I would have liked it to work. Although, there seems to be some problems. So it's not, we needed to set back to true. So we want to say that whenever the collision happens, so if the body part is damaged at all, damaged with greater than 0 health, I would want to say set damage timer end to false. Right? So that way it can be reset again. Now they are going to all turn off at the same time, so if there's multiple, and you can see that's not syncopating well at all, and I think that would have been helped by the other way I had that set up. So that's not good, because now it's ending it on all of them a little too soon instead of resetting that timer. So I wish we could get it to work the other way, because it's not going to flash the way that I want it to if we keep it this way. It's fine if only one thing gets hit. After 4 seconds, it goes away. You can even see all those, it's calling damage timer end a million times constantly. You know, we could say this only fires when a collision occurs. It's still going to get reset a bunch and start over again and create a new timer every time we collide, which is going to cause problems from like a performance standpoint, at least. Really wish it would work the other way. I'm borderline, you know, determined to try it again. You know, and just see, maybe I just did one little thing wrong. We're putting this over here. Like that. So we're calling that function when a collision occurs. So 4 seconds it ends. And 3 times it ended it. Because we got hit by 3 things. So if I start here, and then a little bit later, I get here, they're all flashing. That actually works pretty well. So they do all last the amount of time they're supposed to. That actually isn't bad. It won't extend the timer. So this is actually not bad. This is actually working pretty well. I'm happy to say. So I'm gonna trip over this boulder here. And then I'm gonna hit it again. And so you see it ended early, right? It didn't extend it. Even though we got hit twice, because the last one was still set to end. Like, I don't think there's any way that I could tell that to not happen. You know, if it gets hit twice. Because it's creating a new timer. I guess we could say not only create a new timer, but call... So in flash damage end, we could say... Because it's going to be looking for damage timer end to be false, but it's gonna become true. So we'd need it to go back to false if we get hit again. Which... Yeah, not only if we get hit again, but so somehow this would have to know. Which, I mean, that's not going to be easy. That's not going to be easy. So that's a bit of a problem. It's just always these little things, you know, that just like make the purpose, which is to communicate to the player, you know, that something has happened. And if that's not being fulfilled, then we're kind of missing the feature. Like, the feature isn't what it's supposed to be. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. So like if I bring up the damage numbers here. So we've got 4 on the legs now. I'm going to run into this house, which means we're going to have 3 on each leg. Now I'm going to run into this other house. See how quickly that went off? I would want that to sort of add on extra time to that timer. Increase the length of that timer. But this timer is being created on the fly. And it's not something I can go back to refer to. So in fact, it's creating a second timer. But that second timer, I mean, this is a little weird, but we could say that this sets damage timer end to false. That's not gonna work, right? Like before a timer starts. That might work. It might work. Nah, that didn't work. It's a little hard to tell, but doesn't seem like that worked. Oof, I'm not so sure about this keyboard battery. It's starting to get a little glitchy. Oh, jeez, we're in danger. I don't know what I'm gonna do. So there we hit the legs. Wait a little bit, hit the legs again. It ends early. So that's not doing any good. What am I gonna do about this keyboard? I need to like look for batteries. I got problems on problems on problems. Yeah, I just don't. I have some batteries, but not the right batteries. I hate batteries. No, they're very useful. They're very useful. But I find that I find that they are expensive, hard to replace, and I just wish more things were rechargeable. That's all. I just wish more things were rechargeable. Problems on problems on problems. I got double A's. I got double A's for days. We're rich in double A's, y'all. I mean, I tell you, this is the last time this happens. This is the last time this happens. I'm just looking. I'm just like, where can I find some triple A's? Where can I find some triple A's? You got triple A's? Triple A's? I'm gonna run my runner while I look for these triple A's. I'm gonna run my runner while I look for some triple A's. I got double A's for days. Double A's all over the place. Hey, what's up? Lee's with a chair. No. Yeah. Yep. I have become chair. No. My keyboard battery. What am I saying? I'm back. No, it's okay. Look. Oh my God. You really think I might be a chair? No. Look. I'm not. I promise. I'm not a chair. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. No. My keyboard batteries are dying, and I didn't realize I don't have the battery type. So I'm like looking around for things that might have the battery type. Oh, this has gotta have triple A's. Look how tiny this thing is. Don't you have no double A's? Oh, it's got triple A's. I might have found some. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Oh man. I could wait to find out. Until this keyboard fully dies its battery. But I'm anxious. I want to know. I gotta know. All right, this is my keyboard. There it's see it's low. I mean, we might still be scrounging around in Lowtown. Also, welcome Pepe. Good to see you. Thank you so much for all the ways you support this channel by being a mod, by being a YouTube member and a patron. My gosh. I'll take this time to remind everybody that if you're a YouTube Premium subscriber, you can get the first month free as a member of Hyper Gamedev. That means you get four private live streams for free, which is pretty cool. Okay. What does this say? It's green! Battery level is good! Good news! Good news! Thank you. Thank you for the good news. Oh my God. All right. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Rest in peace, remote. I barely need it, so. But I am gonna make sure I like stock up on AAA batteries. Because the thing is I can't really replace this keyboard. There's a lot of reasons why, but I'm not gonna explain it. All right. Back to the thing I haven't solved yet. Although, you know, it's like solve one thing, we get a new problem. So what I want is damage indication. Yeah, I want some damage indication. That's what I want. And in particular, I want that damage indication to flash. Those are the flashes. I want it to flash. And then I want it to stop flashing. For now, it's at 4 seconds that it stops. Now, the problem I have, well, it works. So if we run into this, it flashes for 4 seconds, and then it stops, which is good. The problem I have is that if we let a few seconds go by and get hit again, it ends early. Instead of flashing another 4 seconds, right? So if like you get hit, 3 seconds go by, you get hit again, I'd want it to do another 4 seconds. Instead, what it's doing is it's ending the flashing of the thing that got hit again too early. Now, I tried setting this up in a way that would probably make that easier. Maybe. You know what I could do? Do you know what I could do? I have an idea. What if, instead of saying create timer 4, we say, I mean, my least favorite thing about this idea is that it might apply to all of the body parts instead of just the one that we want it to. But maybe that's not true. I don't know. So if I say, this is going to be tough. It's an idea. I don't know if it's going to work, though. If I say flash length, and then we define that variable flash length equals 4. And then we say every time that this gets called, or actually we could say it's 0. And then we can say flash length add 4. But I think this is just going to extend all of the flashes. So like, for example, if we hit an arm and a leg, and then we only hit a leg again, I think the arms are also going to flash an extra 4 seconds instead of just the leg. But maybe it won't be that way. Maybe it won't be that way. Now I have to test that correctly. So there's an arm and a leg. The house will just do the leg. That didn't work whatsoever. That didn't even increase the length because I see, it's not dynamically updating the time. It's only setting the time once. So it's not that it's adding more to the existing timer. It's not an existing timer with length that can be updated. It's a timer that's created at the moment that it's already at 4. So it can't up it to 8. So what would be nice is if we could just run it again. But running it again, it doesn't matter because it changes this Boolean variable. So that didn't work. I don't know. It's a tough one. At least for me. For me, it's a tough one. I could do a little research. We could say how to increase a timer. You know what might be best, actually, is if we use a node as opposed to creating the timer in the code, which I would like to do. I would like to create it in the code. But we can say, it's getting a little confusing because we have this other timer here. All right, let's try it. I'm going to say timer limb flash. Limb damage flash. I'm going to make it unique so we can access it. And we'll set it to 0. I don't know if this will be able to be dynamically updated. Maybe it will. I don't know. But I think it probably has a better chance of it. I'm going to... All right, we can set it to 4. It's fine. I mean, I wanted it to be 0, and then we add it on there. But it's like, no. Fine. We'll just add 3. We'll make it 1, and we'll add 3. And then I need to connect the timeout. I don't know if this is going to work. To the body script. But that's only doing it on one of them. So I need to connect the node manually. So I'll come up here to our ready function. And we're going to say timer, or let's just drag it in, get a reference to it. Timeout, connect to flash damage end. And so then this will, well, this is only going to run when the timer ends, which isn't really what we want. Right? We don't want it to run. I mean, yeah, we could do that. We could do that. So if we do that, then I'd want to say and I don't even know that there is a way to like do this, you know, like length. Like there's not a thing for that. So we'd tell it to start again. But we don't want to do that when it ends. So I guess we would say nothing there. We wouldn't put anything there. It just, we wouldn't update that at all there. And rather just say when it ends, have the damage timer end go to true. Really, that's all we have to do there. So then this can't happen and the flash will stop. And then when the flash occurs, so when the collision occurs, I guess we could come back up here to the initial collision. And instead of running that function, say that it starts and I could create this flash length thing, maybe. Variable flash length. But the thing is it's already got a length defined in it. So I don't know what that's going to be like. So we'll start it out at 0, which it's going to complain about. Potentially. And then we'll say flash length add 4. Dragon is here. What's up? Welcome back. Good to see you. You call start without a number to use the node's configured length. Right, and so I kind of want to. Welcome back, Stormrun. So I kind of want to override the node's length. Which I don't know if I can. But that's why I'm doing it this way. And I can tell you why I'm doing it this way. Okay, Stormrun. Flash length, add 4 onto it. I'm sure it won't work. So what I want is you get hit, it flashes for 4 seconds, and then I want it to stop. Which seems to be working. So we hit, flashes for 4 seconds, and then I want it to stop. Now, the problem is, if we hit that same limb that's currently flashing, before that 4 seconds ends, I want it to flash for another 4 seconds. And I tried doing that using code, and I just wasn't having success. So I decided I'd see if a node will just do this better. Maybe not, but I thought I'd try it. So I'm gonna hit the legs. I'm gonna wait a few seconds, hit them again. Oh, it's updating the length. That seemed like another 4 seconds. So I think maybe that works. What's up, Nadino? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping back in. So originally my idea was that the flashing gets faster the more damage you've taken, but I realized that's gonna be tricky to do, and that's okay. But I don't think it makes the most sense. I feel like the flash is better as like something that's temporary, and then maybe we can have other ways to indicate that the limb is damaged. We had a suggestion from S yesterday about having it like shiver a little bit. So maybe we could do something else. But I realized the flash is going to be really annoying to like have continually going. So I just kind of want the flash to be there for a little bit. So they're both flashing. And I just hit the left leg again. Or maybe I hit both. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's bring the numbers up. It flashes for 4 seconds on hit. You get hit 2 seconds later. You want it to flash for exactly 4 seconds, or 2 plus 4. 2 plus 4, the second one. I think it's working now. I think. There's still some other tests I want to run. So the other thing I'm worried about, and this may be a problem that we have right here, is that it's going to flash all of the limbs, even if they didn't get hit, for an extra 4 seconds. But I don't... That actually is probably going to be true. That actually is almost definitely going to be true, right? Since we're creating this node that exists statically, it's going to now... And so that's a problem. So this is not necessarily working. And so I wanted to like create a new one, a new timer, but that didn't work out well either. So there's the legs. They got hit. Now I'm going to hit just the left leg again. Yeah, that's the problem. It extends all of the flashes. Boo! That's not what I want. That's not what I want. So, and if I have this node that exists statically outside of the code, the class script that's generated on each limb, if it's outside of that, then, I mean, I'd basically I'd have to create a separate timer for each limb, which maybe I could do that. Actually, that may be not a bad solution. But yeah, that's basically what I want. And I'm okay with that. Pepe says, back on Roblox, bingo getting heated. Oh, that's like one of the bingo squares is playing Roblox. That's hilarious. That is a fun, that sounds like a very fun bingo card. That will fix the unsynced limbs, but yeah, they depend on it. Oh, that will fix the unsynced limbs, but yeah, they depend on it. Okay. I think you're saying that that'll work. I think that's what you're saying, is that that will work. I still, you know, wish there was... I'm sure there's a way to have done this in code. But, I mean, if this works, I'll live. So, we're going to put it on a per body part basis. So that way they'll have their own flash that ends. And I might want to label it differently. Timer, limb damage flash. Had to leave the heated bingo lobby so I didn't get banned. What? Bingo lobby? I thought I understood what you're up to. I thought you were saying you have like a group of friends who are playing bingo together. And it's got stuff like playing Roblox. But it sounds like you're talking about something with Roblox that I don't understand. I've never used Roblox. I may never. Although I have a lot of respect for game creation on Roblox. I'm going to say timer body damage flash. Super annoying name. No, we should just say timer, just damage timer. No, just leave what it was. Leave it what it was. It was fine. You don't have to go fixing things that don't need to be fixed. And then just remove the unique name. It's a public Roblox bingo lobby. We all just join. Wow. Wow. PlayStation Roblox popping off. Timer limb damage flash. So we're just going to put that on each one. So I'm going to copy that. Put that on each body part. And hopefully that like works. In code, if it was my code, I would have a timer on the player that will decide the flash interval, which will emit a signal to flash. This will make that all the limb flashes are synced. Each limb will have a damaged boolean that marks it as it needs to flash. Okay. And a timer on each limb that will reset that boolean. Interesting. That's kind of what we have, except the timer that you're talking about being on the player is on this like class script that's on each limb. So it's kind of like on the player, because these scripts would only be on the body parts that are part of the player. So it's kind of like what we have. And then I'm sure there's a way I could create a timer on a per limb basis, even using the class scripts. I'm not exactly sure. And so the thing is, as I think the way to do that would be, so this is something else, Dragon, is, so player script decides the flash interval and each limb decides when it needs to flash. Yeah. So it's kind of what is here. So I have this Boolean here, damage timer end. And so this Boolean, if it's true or false, it'll stop the flashing. Now this isn't on a per limb basis. So we're probably not going to want to use this anymore. So earlier, I tried to create a damage timer here using exactly what you had showed me yesterday. So you helped me make this material reset timer. I tried to do the same thing, variable damage timer, and then use a weight in the same way that you had it used down here. And I tried to do that in a new function, and I just couldn't get it to work for the life of me. and I don't know why. But maybe that'd be more like what you're describing. And so that's why I moved on to trying to do it as nodes, in part. Or I started trying other ways to do it, because even if I just copied what you did almost exactly here, it wouldn't run that timer for some reason. So I know that probably doesn't do much for you in trying to, like, help me if you're interested in doing that, which I don't expect you to, ever. But, that was something that I was having some issue with. Exactly, Frank. We're deep in Timer Town. We're in Timer Town. We got an all-access pass. The other thing is, if I want this variable to be on a... Because this variable is still going to update globally across all of these limbs, which isn't good. I don't know that I need the variable, though. Should it... Wait, how do I get it to be local to the script? To the one that's on each limb. Flash damage if current health. So we say that this happens. I guess we'd want to say if the body part matches the parent of the timer, then update the variable. What's up? Don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Govind? Govind? Welcome, Govind. Good to see you. Hello from the United States. Thanks for stopping in. Today, I am continuing some work that started yesterday. I don't know if I've broken things yet. I don't think I've yet broken it. But I'm... Yeah, I did. Okay, we did. We definitely did. Got it. That's probably going to break something else. So I'm making this... Yep. That's going to break that. That's going to break that. I'm making this survival runner game where you are this alien who's invading Earth. Now the flash just doesn't end. It's just infinite. You're an alien who's invading Earth, and you want to eat meat, and so you're collecting animals and humans, and that'll gain points. You also use those to heal yourself because your limbs have this damage. So we have numbers. Thank you. We have these numbers that represent the hit points of each limb. And I want to represent those numbers differently. So if I like run into, this tree with my arm and my leg, those numbers go down a little bit. And then if we lose those limbs entirely, they'll actually go away. And so we can actually break off our limbs. So the legs are the best example of that. So we'll actually fall down. And so I want the limb damage to impact the gameplay and change how the game feels to play. And so you'll lose abilities or not, depending on how many limbs you have. And so I still got some animations to do. I have a lot of work to do. This is just a prototype. I just kind of want to get the base level gameplay down and then, think about polishing it up. I've made all the assets so far. I've had help from wonderful people in chat. Backseating is always super welcome here. I'm learning Godot along the way. Here are wonderful folks who have been helping me make this game, so I'm not alone here. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. And then these right now, just colliding with the animals will heal you. The idea is going to be that you grab the animals and the people, and then you drag it to your body part, and it will heal it. Right now, it is not designed the way I want it to be, but, it's just getting started. So today what I'm doing is I'm getting this damage flash, and I want this damage flash to happen for 4 seconds and then go away, which I have been able to do that. However, if the same limb gets hit twice, I want it to add extra time to just that limb. So I'm kind of getting that set up right now. And I was sort of just winging it on my own, which is sometimes what I have to do here. And I'm okay with that. But somebody who can help is coming through and may help, may not help, but so I'm kind of negotiating what I've already set up with maybe some better way that someone can help me with. And yeah, we're moving forward. And that's how this goes. I just come here, I stream every Wednesday and Thursday, development of this game in Godot, and I do my best. And I love hearing about projects you're working on, the engine you like to use, and stuff like that. So yeah, feel free to distract me, and I'm gonna keep on keeping on. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Can I teach you? Oof. Ooh. You're welcome to join the Discord. There's a link in the description box. A lot of the brilliant folks who come through here also are on that Discord. So maybe you can go there. But I'm new, so I can maybe teach you. Like maybe. Like a little bit. But I'm pretty new myself. Like I'm a noob. So, I'm getting somewhere, obviously, but I have a long way to go. I can teach you very simple things. But, if you hang around here, you can see me learning, and that will rub off on you. So there's that. But, I'm not like a tutorialist or anything at this stage. You are a DevOps engineer, so you are a nerd. All right, a DevOps engineer. Do I know what that is? Do I know what that means? I don't know if I know what that means. An IT professional who is proficient in development and operations, building, testing, and maintaining infrastructure tools to help develop and release software. I mean, when you say that, I see you're a game dev noob, is maybe what you're saying. But it sounds like you could also be, if you understand programming, it's just a matter of learning what makes games special. And then you just use the same tools you have in your toolbox and apply that to making games special. There's a lot of great videos out there. In general, follow the fun. What's fun? What's a fun game? What are you communicating to the player? And does the player understand what to do? And is it fun? And then the other thing is with game dev is there's a lot of different components, right? There's art, there's sound, there's and depending on the art, right? What kind of program? Is it 2D? Is it 3D? And, narrative stuff, if that's part of it, which, to some degree there is. You have to explain stuff. There's a lot of different disciplines contained within game dev, so that can be tricky. How to use in game development. Yeah. So bringing together different things. So learning, whether it's 2D art, or if you're using 3D art, you might want to learn Blender or something like that. And then you got to figure out how to import things and get it to work, and shaders and effects and UI, right? There's so many different disciplines within game dev. So that does pose a unique challenge where you're bringing together all these things into one package. So it's tough. It is tough. But in terms of places to start, there's a great thing called the 20, is it called the 20 games challenge? I believe not two. The 20 games challenge. It's a good way to just like make something that are games. So I recommend checking this out as a way to get started. And it's just 20 simple games. They're like basic popular games that you've heard of, that you've seen, and there's not like a time pressure like a game jam. It's something that will show you the fundamentals of a game from start to finish, and that's something that I recommend checking out if you're interested. All right. Yeah, no problem, Govind. Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. Welcome to game dev. I love that you're interested. Dragonblade asks if I've seen anything about using scenes as nodes yet. Basically prefabs in Unity or a blueprint object in Unreal. Using scenes as nodes. Yeah, you mean like a... I don't know what... I'm familiar with Unreal, but a blueprint object... Like, you mean like an object that has a blueprint attached to it? So I don't know if this is what you mean, but I do use auto loads. So uh, I have one auto load right now, and that is this messenger script. And it basically exists. It's a node that exists outside the main scene. I don't know if this is really what you're talking about. It may not be. So like, what do you, I guess I'd be interested to know what you mean to apply it to. So I have this messenger node that exists out here. And so stuff that happens in this main scene can be sent to this messenger, and the messenger can send it back to the main scene. So that's something that's helpful. In this case, that could be helpful. Object that contains multiple objects to control behavior, like an object with a folder. Can you tell me more about like the context? Like, what would it do? I'm a little confused. I think you're using it for the cows in the game. Oh, yeah, class script. Yeah, so that would be the class script. Yeah. Absolutely. And every obstacle, right? So every body part is that. You have a cow scene that you keep loading for each cow in the scene. Yeah, so it's not, well, okay. So maybe it did, something clicked, but it still may not be what they mean. So I do have these terrain blocks, and these are actual scenes. So these are totally scenes. If I come down here, I have the terrains is what you mean. Gotcha. Okay. So not the class script, but the terrain stuff. So these are all separate scenes right here. And then what happens is a script pulls them in via a folder. So they're in a folder, right? The terrain blocks are all in a folder. And then we just say, here's the path of those terrain blocks. And it just brings them in one after the other until it passes a certain point. Then it brings in another one, and it just keeps doing that over and over again. So if you make a scene for a limb, you can reuse that scene for your limbs, and the entire logic will be isolated to that scene. Whoa, that's gonna be tough. So let me tell you some of the reasons why that might be tough. So the alien itself, and in the main scene, you will only see limb left. You won't see the timers, etc. Okay. Let's see. So, in Godot, when I import a model, and for example, I've imported the alien, the player character. So this is a .blend file. This character right here. It's a .blend file. And that's and this is a scene that is instanced of that .blend file. So so if I bring in the alien file, which is right here. So here's the alien file. If I drag this in like that, so this is like another version of the same thing that we have here. So there it is. It creates a node. And then it automatically makes it an instanced scene. Now this is an imported scene, which means it can't be modified. If I want to make changes to it, I have to create a new inherited scene. And then I have to save that as a unique scene. And that is what this is, what this alien that we currently have is, right here. Our main character here. And you can see like the the wireframe here, which is the collision, isn't in that scene, for example. And so that's what this is. So if I open up this instance scene, we can see the whole character is in its own scene. Now, the reason why this works is because if I go to Blender and I update the model, so if I add an armature or another limb, so I added eyes in the other day, it's going to update this, right? And some of this can be modified, and some of this can't be modified. So the reason why I even can do things like add nodes in here is because I have this set to have editable children. And so if I don't have that marked, then none of this even becomes available in the main scene. Now, if I were to try to make a scene of this, first of all, I don't know what would happen. I'm afraid of what would happen. So like, I'm gonna save it, even though we have some broken things, because I'd be a little afraid. I'm gonna say saving before trying an experiment. Instantiating a scene within the player scene instance. Unfinished damage flash modifications in progress. Okay. Let's save this so we can roll back, because Godot's going to create files and stuff, and it's going to be scary. So if I take this limb right now, and I instantiate it, I don't even know how to do that. Save branch as scene. Okay, so that's down here. Save branch as scene. It's not even going to let me do it. Can't save a branch which is part of an inherited scene. To save this branch into its own scene, open the original scene, right-click on the branch, and select Save Branch Scene. Okay, that's interesting. So we could try this. Let's try this as an experiment. And so one of the advantages of doing it all this way, right, is that if I make a change in Blender, right, so like the other day I added a face onto the character. Let's say I want to add more teeth. That change is going to then trickle down to Godot, and now there'll be more teeth in here. What I'm afraid of is if I make each limb a separate scene, that those changes may not trickle down in the same way, or maybe they will. I don't know. In theory, I would expect that the thing you are supposed to use is the inherited scene, but as I don't use Godot, I might be wrong. Right, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. No, they won't. Yeah, I feel like they won't. Like, I mean, you were sure that they're not. I wasn't sure, but you sound sure. So I do have the damage labels, right? So maybe that's what I need to point to. And you've just brought me back to my question, which is how can I have that stuff be unique to each limb? Well, I do have the damage labels, which are in the instanced scene. And that's where they live. And so they can all be unique when we take damage. Right? Whereas if I were to drag them and drop them like I'm doing the timers right now, not so much. So I think you're right. I think that's all I got to do. And I think we just figured it out. Okay. So let's do that then. So then instead of putting these timers where I'm putting them, which is in no type of instance whatsoever, move them down to the alien character. Just like the damage. Just to have them be just like the damage labels. Got it. Dragon Blade, saving the day again with your programming wisdom. Your problem-solving skills. So if I snatch this out of here, I'm just going to cut it. Come to the alien scene. Paste it in there. Blammo. Now we've got that, and it's unique to each thing. You know what you did? You helped me. Hey, what's up, Pierogigon? I will say there's still some things to figure out, but love the new face. Thank you. Yeah, I had a little work done. Looking a little snatch. No, that's not what you mean. Yeah, and we can even preview it a little bit. Thanks for joining the member stream for a little bit and suggesting I do the eyes. Look at that. Look at that. Rawr. I love it. It's cute, right? I'm glad you like it. Good to see you, Pierogi. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. I still want to integrate it more meaningfully, but it's nice that it exists. I'm glad that it's here and that we have a face. So it's scary but cute too. Okay, good. Okay, good. That's what I was going for. That's what I was going for. Yay! Pierogi is in the house. So Dragon Blade, I guess I don't know what you did either. Well, you pointed me to thinking about if I want unique things to each limb, it'll be helpful to follow what we did with the damage label, because the damage label is behaving like I want. It's got local information only for that body part. And so I want the timer flash information to be local to each body part, even though I want the interval to be consistent across them all. So I don't know that I actually need the timer on each one now that I think about it. I feel like the timer will be fine where we put it, and probably better where we put it, because it'll be easier to reference by the script. So actually, I'm not going to put that here. But because really the only reason the damage label is there is because the damage label is actually physically, like, needs to be in the same placement as, like, the bones and the armature and stuff. So I guess what you did is you reminded me that I should follow what we did with the damage label in order to get the timer to behave a certain way. And for the damage label, how are we updating the damage label, pray tell? That damage to body, I feel like it's, we don't have a reference to that. We do have reference to that. Oh, right. Right. So when we get the damage, and we have it here too, when we get health, it's going to update the label string with current health. And we're saying go to that node and update it there. And make sure it matches I guess I'm a little confused how it works. Because what we're doing is we're splitting the name of it. So in here, right, the player. Right, so we're looking at the player. So this is kind of more like what you're saying too. Oh, we need to save this so it doesn't have the timer in there. It's a little confusing, but I think we can get there. And you've just helped me think about this more clearly. And so to be clear, if anyone's joining us, what am I even doing? I thought the same thing. Yay, aliens and pierogies. Yay! This was working a little better before. It just had a problem, and I'm in the middle of it being broken. But basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get, when you get hit and you take damage, I want the limb to flash for 4 seconds and then stop flashing. And we can get it to do that. But what I want as well is if that same limb gets hit again before that 4 seconds is up, I want it to add another 4 seconds to just that limb and flash that one limb longer. And so I'm problem solving ways to do that. Dragon Blade doesn't know how they've helped me, but they have helped me. And I'm still pulling it together in my fragmented ADD brain, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So the way we did the damage label update is so the damage label is a child of the mesh. It's in that instanced scene. And so player is actually set by an export variable. So if we look over here, we actually define player as this in the node tree. And so then we look down at the alien instance scene right here. And we check armature skeleton 3D alien underscore, right? Because they all start with alien underscore. And then we have arm left, arm right, body, eyes, etc. You've never tried altering timers while they're running before, so I'm not sure how it works. It does work. So I did get it. Basically, now here's the thing. I didn't get it to work in code. And maybe there is a way, but I didn't. But I did get it to work by adding a node outside of the code. And so all I did was I just say that it adds onto the start time every time something gets hit. The problem is it wasn't adding it on to just the limb that gets hit. It was adding it on to all of the limbs that were hit initially, even if that limb wasn't hit again. So that's why I need to find a way to have unique timers for each limb and update each one separately. But the problem with that is I'm using a Boolean that determines if that timer ends or not. So I need something even more specific, because otherwise it's going to end all of the timers at the same time instead of only the one that I want to end. And so now I'm just looking at how we did the damage labels, since the damage labels are all very unique from each other, and I'm going to take inspiration from that to figure out how I should do this. My brain's a little all twisted up trying to get it together, but we'll get there. So yeah, so it points to the alien underscore. It gets the node for the damage label. And it says anything that's after the underscore just like make sure it matches. How is it making sure it matches? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I forgot how we set this up. This was Psychonic Joe helped me set this up. And I'm just trying to remember how we got it to match. Because the damage label has the same name in each one. This knows that it is itself, right? So if the area that is hit is related to itself, that is, say, if I am the thing that got hit, yeah, I guess it isn't matching anything. It isn't matching anything. It's just saying ignore what's after that. Just look for the damage label under myself? Right, but the mesh, it has to define the mesh somewhere. Because we also define the mesh. Oh, we don't? Oh, yeah, is part, arm left. Right, is part. So it has to be adding that in there, right? I'm so confused. I guess I would make a new scene for the timer so I could just instance multiple times for each part. And they're already all set up under one scene. Whoa. Whoa. You would make a new scene for the timer. So you could instance it multiple times for each part. And they're already all set up under one scene. Wow, this is starting to get confusing. That's interesting. Dragon says the name variable is the name of the node the script is on, and the script is called body part, so I guess it won't be on the damage label. Why am I so confused? Kind of like a timer element. Yeah, right. Not necessarily the right way to do it. That's okay. Oh, man. All right. All right. New body position, new blood flow. Let's see if that helps. Why am I so confused by this? I see the script is on the actual limb. Yes, it is. And it's again, it's a class script. So it's the same script on each limb. So if I'm clicking on these scripts, it's not actually loading a different script because they are all the same script. And so this says that if the current health is greater than 0 and the amount to damage is not set to none. So in theory, instead of all of that, you could just have get child damage label. There was like a reason why we did it this way. I guess I need to look back. Man, this is like why and I'm just gonna be real, I don't like text code. And I'm not saying visual code can do better. I feel like it's just I'm just having a hard time. Getting all confused. I feel like there was some reason why we couldn't do it that way. And I think that had to do with updating it in Blender, but I could be wrong. On ready variable mesh equals player get node, and then we do name split. So we're setting the mesh. So this should be important. Where is all the mesh references? Mesh show, mesh hide, mesh material overhead. So that's just that. And so I feel like why we did this was because when it was updating, it was causing problems. So like if I were to just do that, right? I'm pretty sure that won't work. And if it does work, when we update it from Blender, something will be weird? Maybe? First of all, immediately break. Only identifier attribute access, not player.getChild. Oh, just getChild. Right, because it is what it is. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Only identifier attribute access and subscription access can be used as an assignment target. Oh, hold on. Dot text. Forgot about that. Can I pass a value of type string as integer? I don't know, man. So this is a string. It's like not seeing it like as a path. I don't know. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Let's do a $sign. I don't know. I don't know. Well, since it works, we're just gonna leave it. But anyway, that's not what's at hand. That's not the problem at hand. Getshot expects the index. Okay. I assume that to a programmer that means something, which I'm not. Man, my brain is just all twisted up. It's like a pile of mush right now. So I'm gonna say that we want the... I'm just gonna push forward right now was setting up the timers on each one. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to try to refactor how to do this right now. And then when this doesn't work, I'm going to refactor. That's my plan. So right now we have fall damage end, damage timer end set to true. So this gets called. So this flash damage end, because I'm just getting so far away from everything. It's get node instead of get child. Yeah, we can try it. I feel like there was some reason why we didn't do it that way. Invalid set index text on base null instance with value type string. Oh yeah, the player. Thank you. Thank you. Invalid set index text on base null instance value type string. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't... I don't see... I feel like this we don't need to change because it works. You know? I feel like we don't have to change this because it works. It's interesting to try it, but it seems like it's better just to leave it since it works. And I feel like there's a good reason why we're doing it that way. I wish I could explain that reason, but you know, my brain, my ADD brain doesn't do well with short-term memory, and we just did this like last week, and it's just hard for me. I could look it up in the live stream, but like then I'm gonna have to like, it's gonna be a lot of work. So we just accept it for now. Oh god, text code. It's just so hard for me to appreciate looking at text code and parsing it. Okay, so flash damage. This function gets called per what Dragonblade had us helped us set up yesterday. This gets called every time this damage flash timer ends. This damage flash timer starts in the ready function. And every time it ends, it calls flash damage. And this is just always happening. And so now if the current health becomes less than the max health and damage timer end is set to false, this is probably something that might have to change. The damage material is going to appear. And the material reset timer is going to begin. Material reset timer, along with damage flash timer, is set up here. So these are set up here in the onReady function. And then we also define the material reset as one shot to help with syncing everything up. I should be focusing on my own thing instead of misleading you. It's okay. It's okay, because you know what? I know that you're a curious mind who wants to... And Godot is not something you use a lot, if at all, much. But you do know problem solving and coding really well, which makes your suggestions so helpful and interesting to try and consider. And I can understand wanting to procrastinate what you should be doing by helping. It all makes sense. It all makes sense to me. I'm curious what your own thing is, if you're down to talk about it. But, you know, I would say misleading is a... It's a fair characterization, since you spoke with such confidence. But I don't actually blame you. I don't actually blame you. I think it's interesting to try things. I'm here for it. So yeah, so these are set up over here. You know, and look at what your curiosity did for us yesterday. It helped so much. It's a freelancing job on a questionable game/project. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, if it pays. Dang. Questionable. Dang. Scathing. Scathing. It's interesting. But, you know, that's interesting work. And seems like something very procrastinatable. Highly procrastinatable. We set it as a one-shot to keep it from being asynchronous. We add them as children. And so those are all happening. So the mesh material override, that timer starts. An adult game. Oh, that's what you mean by questionable. I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, I guess if that's where the money is. All right. All right. Get your paper. That is one way to make money. Shoot. I don't want to hear any more about it here on this stream, but I mean, when I say more about it, I mean more detail. You've been very good about explaining it so far. They do be paid. That's fair. That's fair. I support it. Good on you. For real. Someone's got to do it. That is the perfect emote. They do be paying. So when that material reset timer ends, then we switch back to the regular material. Now, as far as this flash damage end goes, right now, I don't think it's being called anywhere, which is why it doesn't end. So this would be something to fix, because we're not calling it anywhere. Okay, so this is where we're at. And what I want this to do, if this sets this to true, then the flash is going to stop. Now, what tells this to end? Frank knows about damn money. Make damn money. Be a happy puppy. Now, there's different ways that I could call this. I've tried different things. So we can say that whenever the flash damage begins, it ends. So the way that baseline worked is saying here, flash damage end. Oops. I've spelled it wrong. I've spelled it wrong. Oh, I spelled out the whole word damage. Very inconsistent. That's okay. I'm a noob. I'll allow it. So there the flash doesn't even begin. There it doesn't even begin. So we don't want to do it like that. My bad. We want to say that when it ends. Oh, the timeout. Right. Okay, I remember now. No, we don't want to do it there. So we want to say that when that timeout happens. So we want to have connected here. Oh, we need to I see. I need to comment this back in. It's just we got rid of this timer. Right. Okay, that's where we were. See, this is me getting my head screwed back on straight. And I want to consider Rogi's idea. I want to consider Dragonblade's idea. But first, I need to follow through with this. And then I can move on to other ideas. But it's really helpful to have your guys' suggestions. Because now I sort of know, when I get into a problem, I'll be like, wait, what about the idea the other person had? So, okay. So this doesn't exist anymore, so we can actually reference this. So that's not a thing. Right now, I have a separate timer on each body part. And if on this class script, well, we do want to connect the timeouts. So I guess we could just, it's the same thing. We just don't want the percent, right? We'll just say $, timer limb damage flash. So it should be able to find this just fine, actually. Now we need to decide when it starts. And so that was commented out somewhere around here. So let me find that. Lim. Oh. Okay. I don't know. Godot had a hiccup. Lim damage. If I can type it right. Damage flash. Oh, I guess we commented it all the way out. We commented it into the ground. I thought I had that in here. So we want to say that this timer begins, because we don't have it set to auto start. We want to say that this timer begins when the collision starts. So that would be over here. Should be like right here is where we want it to start. Right? And then here we're setting the flash length up here. So I'm going to say timer lim damage flash start, and then we want to say flash length. So that should start that timer. Let me see what that does for us. All right, it's flashing. 4 seconds later, it stops. Good. Now, I'm going to hit both legs. Both legs are flashing. I'm going to hit the left leg only. Right leg stops. Left leg keeps going. What if I was one step away from fixing this the whole time? And just like everything that we did was really fun and interesting, but like it were actually good. Wait, I think we're fine. Hit that leg again. It should keep going. Dude. It's already... It already works! Okay, well, I guess we can move on to the next phase then. I'm sorry, but we already, and this solution was in part from having this discussion with everybody, but I gotta tell you, I think it already works. So again, I'll test it again just so we can prove it out, but I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Both legs are hit. I'm gonna now... Oh, I just healed it by walking over the cow. And I maybe waited too long. Yeah, we're good. I was one step away. Both are flashing. I'm gonna hit only one leg, only the left leg. Right leg stops, left leg continues. We're good. We're good. But I think the way you were describing, Progigon was describing, I mean, both of those are doing something very similar to what I have set up here. It's very similar. That's all. Brain buffer. Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if you're talking about the live stream. I don't think you are. But sometimes my internet does that. That's not what you mean, is it? I did notice that this did drop a little bit. In the top left there, that number should be 15,000. It did buffer. Okay. Brain buffer and stream buffer. Yeah, so in the top left there is my internet. Well, actually, it's my live broadcast. I'm coming at you live at 15,000 kilobits per second. If it's floating around there, plus or minus 1,000, that's okay. But you can see now it's dropping and sometimes shooting back up. So that is my goofball internet service provider doing a bad job. And sometimes that happens. And so when that does happen, sometimes you'll see the buffering. And sometimes the screen will go glitchy. But the stream continues. Everything will be fine. It balances back out. But it does happen sometimes. And I'll leave that up there just so you can at least see that it's happening. We are looking into solutions. All right, so we've got the flashing. And so what I want now is for some more way to communicate to the player, how damaged are we? So if this is just a flash for now, letting you know what limb was damaged, I want to communicate more about how damaged that limb is, right? So something I want to add in here, just kind of... So we do have, we could leave the numbers up there, right? But I think that's kind of ugly to have numbers there all the time. I'm thinking that when we hit it, like a -1 could appear over each limb, relevant to that limb. And then not only that, but maybe we could have that limb looking a little different. So I was like looking into shaders the other day, but I skipped that. And so I'm thinking maybe instead of doing shaders, we could just have like a little effect. Or maybe I do shaders. Some kind of effect that is not going to be red-green reliant. That will let us know that that limb is damaged. We had a suggestion yesterday to add like a shiver on the limb, and the limb like kind of like offsets repeatedly, more so depending on how damaged it is. I wonder if... Because it's not just that we have the world, we can do whatever we want, right? Like I have to be within the realm of what is actually possible for me to achieve in a reasonable amount of time. And I wonder, because I also don't want it to look super annoying. We could have a UI element somewhere, right? There could be like progress bars or numbers around the side of the screen. It's limbs, it's alien limb stuff, Frank. That's it. That's it. It seems like the last couple days, the internet, when it does that buffer, it'll do it for like a few seconds, and then it'll go back to normal. I don't know if that means my internet service provider is actually getting better, or if it's just a temporary relief. But so far, it's actually not been as bad as it usually has been. So we could have UI somewhere. That's totally an option. I definitely don't want it on the limbs like that, because I think that looks pretty terrible. We could try progress bars. Now, they would have to be 3D progress bars. They'd have to actually be in the scene. And maybe they're just kind of like light and not super obnoxious and ugly like this. And they only appear if you're low on health. And they could be like, they could have sort of some alpha transparency on them. That could work. You make the flash be a gradient. Like, you mean it increasingly gets more and more, it like fills gradually the entire thing? I'm not exactly sure how to do that. There was a shader that we found yesterday that seemed like it was a UV mapped gradient, and we could maybe figure that out. Fills gradually until it falls off. It's interesting. It's an interesting idea. Frank says, to reduce buffer, they gotta use Ethernet, but for me, I use 5 gigahertz on my PS5. Oh yeah. So I'm actually, I'm all up on the Ethernet for sure. And that's the thing. I don't use Wi-Fi for my stream, and it still buffers like that. Like, that's how we know it's like an ISP problem. Because even the Ethernet be doing that. I've tried changing the Ethernet cables. But yeah, definitely don't mess with the Wi-Fi for this. The Wi-Fi, you mean? Yeah, I got you. Feels gradually until it falls off. That's an idea. I feel I kind of like that. I wonder if that'll be hard depending on like the position of the arm, like how easy it'll be to see that. But I like it. It's a nice integrated way to do it. So I think 3D progress bars might be, it's just it has to look good. So I'm curious. First of all, let me save this and let me put a commit up here. Damage flash limb damage flashing looks good. Set up timers on each limb that keep track of how long it should flash when each should flash when damaged. Dropping speed like that on Ethernet is either a faulty cable, but it must drop only if it moves somehow, or ISP. That's interesting. Yeah, so that's the other possibility, is that, because, we've had cables changed, we've had, their technicians come and, like, try, rewiring something, tightening up wires, replacing wires, but I feel like it might be, like, the underground cabling, or, like, cabling that they don't normally change that must be faulty. Or just the ISP. So I switched my ISP for a short time, and I still had the problem. And I narrowed that down to a faulty Ethernet cable, and it seemed to be better. And so, in order to get through the 7-day trial, because if I kept that internet any longer, they were gonna not refund my money for switching. So I quickly switched back, but I wish I had actually stayed longer to run some more tests, because it turns out, while the Ethernet cable was a problem, uh, it wasn't the only problem, because we came back to the old ISP to find out we still have these issues. So I don't know. I wish I had stayed with that other ISP for longer, so I could really have narrowed it down. But it's a really hard situation to know how to solve. My PS5 is close to the router, so it's pretty fine, and easily connect Ethernet on it. That makes sense. Yeah, if it's close, should be pretty good. Maybe. Live streaming is a little more volatile, but yeah, if you're using your PlayStation, it should be okay. All right, Dragonblade. So let me just look into this a little bit about ways to approach this. I'm going to say Godot 3D progress bar. .3D health bar, that's kind of similar. That's like sort of similar. It's got some similarity. This is Robin Lamb 5 months ago. It is a 6-minute video.
Appears on the screen over a 3D object, such as an enemy or building, to show how much life it has left. Godot's built-in progress bars make creating a health bar very easy. We will create a new node and change its type
so
to
many Godot
progress
faces.
bar, then resize it.
A node 2D. Oh, wait, why are you doing it that way?
We'll create a new node and change its type to progress bar, then resize it.
It's an interesting way to do it. Okay. I'm gonna speed it up.
We will center it and name it Health Bar 3D. For now, we will set its value to 50 so we can see what both the filled and unfilled parts will look like. And we will check off Show Percentage. Under Theme Overrides, under Styles, We can change the colors of the background and fill of the health bar, and add a border. Change the color to red. We'll also add a border. We'll add a sub-viewport as a child, and instantiate the health bar as a child.
A sub-viewport?
We will select transparent BG.
Whoa. Wait, and then did they just have a health bar 3D scene?
A new scene.
Oh, I missed that part. They did that. Oh, I see. So they named it.
Health bar 3D.
They named it Health Bar 3D. Gotcha.
We'll add a sub-viewport as a child, and instantiate the health bar as a child.
Interesting. Sub-viewport.
To make the background transparent, and disable 3D, since what we are displaying is only 2D. Finally, we will add a sprite 3D. Disable 3D, since what we will select transparent BG to make the background transparent, and disable 3D, since what we are displaying is only 2D.
Interesting.
Finally, we will add a sprite 3D.
A sprite 3D.
Under texture, we will select viewport texture, and select our viewport.
This is an interesting way to do this. Wow.
Under flags, under billboard, we will check enabled.
What? I would have never figured this out.
We will select viewport texture. Under texture, we will select viewport texture, and select our viewport. Under flags, under billboard, we will check enabled. We'll go back to our health bar and set its value to 100, so it will be whole.
All right.
We will need to remove the health bar and add it again to have the value be 100.
Really? Okay.
Every time you leave the screen and come back, you will see a box over the model rather than the life bar. Don't worry, the life bar will show correctly when you run the scene, but you can reset the texture in the sprite 3D to see the life bar in the editor again. We will add a script to the scene. We will make a function called take damage that will take a variable holding the damage amount. If this amount is greater than the remaining health bar value, we will set it to the remaining health bar value, so we won't get a negative number.
Wow.
Subtract this amount from the health bar.
That is some tricky stuff.
We will need to remove the health bar and add it again to have the value be.
Okay, so what I need to do, create a progress bar like normal. And then we're going to create a sub-viewport. And instantiate the health bar as a child of that viewport. Give it a transparent background. Disable 3D. I'm a little confused about the sprite 3D part. Oh, because the sub-viewport is going to be a texture. So is this all like a unique scene? I mean, I guess it's in each house. So I guess we could do this. I mean, each limb isn't a unique scene. Like, that's not the way this is set up. So, you know, in theory, I would have to add a sub-viewport with a health bar for each limb, which I don't love. It might make more sense for me to make... I mean, I guess we could do that. It's only 5. It's only 5 of them. And then we'd also need a sprite 3D for each one. Wow. All right, it's kind of a lot, but I'm here for it. I don't know if this is going to be better than the numbers. I wish we could have an effect on the body part, but I just think this is going to be easier, and I think it's going to work. So we'll see. You know, that's the prototyping, right? It's just kind of figuring out here trying out things and seeing what looks best. And if it's good enough, moving on. The internet really has just been not acting up for that long lately, which I love. Okay. So what I'm going to do is come to the alien scene. And on each limb, I'm going to add I don't know what that icon is supposed to be next to the thumb up, but thumb up. Heck yeah. It's just a box. Box is a box. Um, on each limb, maybe it's a progress bar. This is it kind of like a progress bar? Uh, so we want to actually create. So well, but where did they make it in the first place? I mean, they're making basically an entire new scene, right? Yeah, so they're creating a new scene. So that's what they're doing here. So we want to actually say new scene. Create a 2D node and then change its type to a progress bar. Hey, Psychonic, couldn't stay on yesterday's stream. I just saw your damage flashing and it looks amazing. Thanks, Psychonic. Yeah, we got it. We got it. I actually feel like I did get a lot of it myself, but I had some good suggestions and some framework that had been helped by Dragon Blade that made it happen. So it was still a team effort in a lot of ways. But yeah, thanks. Yeah. And so now I'm just, cuz I realized that the flash would be a little too annoying and it doesn't really look good if it's like constantly there until you heal it. I feel like that just doesn't look good. And maybe even any effect if it's just there all the time. I don't know. It seems like it's actually a pretty difficult thing to figure out. So in terms of decision making. So I think what I'm going to try to do is make a 3D progress bar that's next to each limb, and maybe we can get it to be a little like alpha transparent and only appear when your health is less than full. And maybe we can style it kind of nice so it looks better than you know all these big bulky numbers sitting here all the time. So that's kind of what I think I'm going to do. So, we can get the damage flash, but not be there all the time. And then instead of having these big clunky numbers, just this one arm that got hit would have the progress bar. Yeah, maybe it's not going to be that bad, right? I'm like, that could work. Thanks for the support. Because I'm open to the possibility that it's not going to be ideal, but I just got to try stuff. I just got to see what feels right. It's a Wi-Fi emoji that's only viewed on mobile. Boo, mobile. Damage flashing is possible in dreams using a keyframe node in the action recorder. That's true. That's true. That's true. You can do it pretty easily in dreams. It's absolutely true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's weird thinking about how I could do things in dreams and realizing that I'm never gonna do anything in dreams ever again. But it gave me a certain excitement and enthusiasm for game development, so we're all good. Now, this person didn't clarify, unless they did in the video somewhere, whether I can come back and modify this. Because I don't really know what I want this to look like yet. Like, I don't want to obsess over that too much until we get it set up. And I'm not sure if we can have it. I would like it to be a gradient. I would like it to be a gradient. That would be ideal. If I'm being honest. I don't think this is where we set this. Let me go back and see what they were saying. Well, I have done progress bars before. I just don't really remember where you set this up. Styles. Background fill. There we go. Thanks, Iconic. You knew. You knew. Material. Oh, not styles. Styles. Background fill. Style box texture. Maybe? I mean, if I want it to be a gradient. Gradient texture 2D. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. And so, but that's going to stretch it across. That's not gonna, I kind of would rather it be like, you know, so every step of the way, it's going to stay the full gradient. Whereas I'd rather it kind of like not be the full gradient anymore. I guess that's fine. Maybe I'm just like overthinking it. I don't know. I guess that looks okay. I guess this is actually fine. I guess this is kind of what I want. We could probably change it though. Expand margins, texture margins, axis stretch. Whoa. Subregion modulate. Content margins. Don't do that, please. Whoa. But at least we can kind of modify that. I still play Dreams. Some have left thinking, what's the point of making an ambitious game if I barely get any likes or plays? Hopefully MM announces their new project at some point. Yeah. Yeah, likes and plays, yeah, that is a big thing. And I think for me, I was already not really using Dreams. Actually, me not using Dreams has nothing to do with Media Molecule's decision. For me, or Sony's decision. For me, not using Dreams is about wanting to have a game that I can actually put out there beyond Dreams. I liked it as a prototyping tool, but as I started learning other game engines, I realized that it was slowing me down to be using Dreams instead of using one of these tool sets, because I was wasting time that I could be using learning these other tool sets. So for me, I just kind of fell out of Dreams on my own, and it just happened to coincide with Dreams kind of falling apart. So that's just me. But because it was never really about the likes or plays for me. It was about the tools, ultimately. It will be interesting to see what they're going to announce, though. I have a feeling it's going to be very much a game. And Dreams has, I mean, there's already thousands of awesome games on Dreams. Like, Dreams is awesome for players. It's still awesome for players. 100%. I have no idea how to do that. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that big a deal. I don't, you know, I can click around, and if it doesn't happen, that's fine. Your game Survive Escape would have been amazing by now. Yeah, yeah. You know, the thing is I think I would have stopped anyway, because you know, I just realized that the amount of, because the game scope was too big. It was like my first dream game idea was Survive Escape. And I'm going to wait a long time to try to make Survive Escape outside of Dreams. Trying to make it inside of Dreams, it was sort of the common game dev mistake, which is almost a rite of passage, is you try to make a game that's way too big and you could just never finish it, you know, in any reasonable amount of time without a huge team or something. And that, for me, that was Survive Escape, and it happened to be on Dreams. So I could have had that same mistake outside of Dreams and realized, okay, I need to stop this and work on something else. So I can actually learn smaller projects, you know, and actually get things done and get somewhere. But, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. I guess Survive Escape wasn't ambitious. Yeah, it's really ambitious. And so that's what this is. And I've said it before, but like this game is a part of that. Because in Survive Escape, I want limb damage. I still want to make that game someday. So that's why I'm making a smaller thing that has limb damage as a part of it. And then later on down the line, when I try to make the bigger game, I'll already have experience in making this a little bit. And maybe I could even reuse the code that I come up with here in that game. You know, I now have all this experience with figuring out limb inheritance and how to have the damage flashing, whatever. You know, things that I might want to know for that big project down the line. So I'm just trying to chunk it up and make smaller projects that help me learn how to finish a game along the way. Survive Escape was very ambitious. Very ambitious. We have a cat in a box. We have a cute cat in a box. I love cats. Draw center. Whoa. What the heck is that doing? It's interesting. Small games are known as indie dev. Less people making a single small game, which is great. Just like Dreams, because we're all indie devs. That's true. That's very true. You speak truth. Facts. I don't think I need to worry too much about this. And the other thing about the gradient is, you know, do I want it to really represent each hit? Because if it's only going to be 4 parts, right? So actually, I don't want to say max value 100. I want to say max value 4, right? And each step is 1. Now that max value, you know, depending on certain buffs or abilities or something, that max value might change. Maybe I'll change that max value, you know? So I need to keep that in mind. But I'll still want the step to be 1 at a time. So that won't change. And you know what would be interesting too is if it was more like divided sections. I don't know if the progress bar is the best way to do that then. But then again, there was this like sub-region, or not sub-region. What was it? Oh, we could tile it. Tell me again about that tiling. Yeah. And then maybe there's a way to make this sort of look okay. So now it's kind of like segments. This is fun to design. This is kind of fun to design. Actually. It is like adjusting the size of the tiles like as it goes, which is a little weird. I don't know how I feel about that. We don't want to show the percentage. Is that because I have tile fit? Kind of. And then it's like, what's this little... It's a little strange what's going on here. It's all a little weird. I mean, you know, obviously there could be another way to do this. But since we're here, I mean, I'm kind of curious to see if this could work. 9, 8. I'm trying to see what the smallest I can make it is. 7, 6.5. No decimals. We have to round up. Maybe I want it to be the biggest possible. 11. But so you can see how uneven they are. This is weird. I guess I'd want to stretch this to be smaller. Oh, God. This is all very strange. Because you can see how they're, like, overlapping each other. I don't know if I care, to be honest. But it's all a bit interesting, I guess. What is this content margins thing? The left margin for the contents of the style. What happens if you set the right margin back to 0? Oh yeah, maybe I should set it to 0. Oh, that fixes it. That pretty much fixes it. I guess I had it stretched differently, and that was causing it to click over into less than 3. And so if I changed the right margin, it went to 4. And then if I just make it like the minimum size, yeah, that actually worked great. Nice, iconic. That looks much better. Let's go. Nice. Alright, now I can actually just design this. Let's go. A little tricky to think about how to design it. I guess I'd want it to be maybe like red on one end or something. I mean, what I'd prefer is, honestly, I'd like each tile to be a different color, if I'm being honest. Maybe I'd even want all the colors to change. No, you know what? What if it changes in code to a different color? They all change to a different color in code, but we keep the gradient. I think you can get away with the gradient 1D instead of gradient 2D if you just want the gradient to be left and right. Oh. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, might as well. Okay, so that I'm fine with doing that over. Where did I set that? Right here? Gradient 1D. And then we just... Oh, well now it doesn't have that little effect. I think what I'd really want is for it to like... I think I kind of liked it the other way. If this gets rid of the... Because it's kind of weird and doesn't make sense and it probably doesn't look good and I should probably not do it that way anyway. But, you know, I'm just kind of playing around, right? Like I barely like am doing something that is super planned. I'm just kind of playing around with what's here. That's it. Just having a play with it. Because, I mean, it does look kind of bad this way. It does look a little bad this way. But I guess I'm a little burned out on code for now, so I get to have a little fun and play around with these tools. I'm not really burned out on code, but How do I add one in here? You found the tiling thing? Oh, nice. Nice! Yeah, Godot. I kind of wish there could even be separateness between them. But I don't think there's going to be any way to do that without just creating, I feel like when you're messing with the gradient points, you have a width value right below that. So come back to 1D. I mean, it's kind of helping me decide like what I really want. I think it is. There's a possibility that that's true. 2 hours went by so fast. That's okay. My goodness. That's okay. Welcome back. So gradient points. Maybe longer. Maybe longer. Maybe longer. A width below. Oh, here. Nice. 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 So the damage flash works well. But now that the damage flash is just an effect that happens, I'm back to square one with figuring out how do we represent damage to the player. Besides having big blocky numbers on the screen. And so I'm thinking just maybe some like slightly transparent progress bars that follow the body parts, sort of like the damage numbers, except progress bars. And now I'm just kind of hung up on designing it. And like, in my mind's eye, there's a perfect design. But I'm also just kind of curious to see like how these tools in Godot are and what I can do as simply as possible. Little shadow character widget. That's a possibility. And so I don't know. For some reason I'm just opposed to, and maybe I shouldn't be, to having just like border UI. I don't know. To me that's, I don't know. Maybe I need to get over it. But I don't know. I don't know why I don't want to do it. I don't really have a good reason for it. What if the arms turn from green to orange to red? Right, so then that brings up the colorblind issue. So right now, or a different shade. Yeah. Well, so I don't know. I feel like that doesn't communicate it well enough, in my opinion. Like it's kind of like what is that? Like why is that happening? To me that will just be like not as clear about what's happening. Like it could work, but yeah. But even with the shade, like I don't know. I feel like cuz that's sort of why I don't want to do the damage flash. Well, A, I think it's kind of annoying to have it flashing, and B, it's like gonna like change the character appearance in a way, and having some damage is probably gonna be pretty common, and so I don't know. It feels like the wrong thing to me. Feels like the wrong thing. But I love the ideas. I just don't know that I want to do them. Does that make sense? What if like blood splatter effect came off the hurt limb? It's a possibility. It's a possibility. We did find a blood splatter shader the other day. And it certainly pitched itself as pretty easy to set up. So that's something. I guess I would think that could be a little hard to tell, like what limb is the one. Trying to represent how many hits are left. Yeah, kinda. Pretty much. Yeah. And I feel like that may be a good effect to add, but I don't know that that necessarily achieves communicating to the player important information. But I don't know. Honestly, that doesn't look half bad. I'm trying to avoid here having to set up, like, a separate object for this hit point, a separate object for this point, a separate object for this hit point, and for this hit point, and then having to say, turn off this one, turn off that one, turn off this one. I'm trying to, like, get it so it's just a little more streamlined. I would say it's kind of working. The limb could get smaller and smaller until it's gone, but that would require so much work in animations. Maybe. I don't know if it would necessarily require too much work. And that brings up an interesting thing too, because then we're making the fact that the limbs are getting damaged more meaningful. Because we'd also want to think about, well, does that mean I'm just imagining running with one long leg and one little. Yeah, I mean, some people do have their limbs set up that way. And I kind of like that being like something that's being represented in the game. And but yeah, that does present some issues then with like animation and setting it up so it works with that for sure. But I guess the worst part of setting it up this way is that you lose half of one side here. Um, that isn't a bad idea. I mean, none of them are bad ideas, but what I mean is that is something that I think is a possibility. So the part of the game idea too is that you can reach out and grab objects in the world, and that reach can be shorter or longer. So the only way I had that figured out before was if you only have. Honestly, that kind of makes sense. And I don't know that it would be that hard. I'm not intrigued. So like if I uh if I come to the armature editor, the skeleton editor, and let's just say we create some new animation. Yeah, that would be tough. That would be tough because I'm not really sure how to like layer animations on. But maybe let's not do animation mode. Actually. I don't know if there is a way I can shrink it down. Would be kind of neat though. It would be like he loses a part of him when he hits something as he gains others. Yeah, I actually do think that there is that kind of fits with the idea of the game a little bit. If the leg just got skinnier, it could use the same animation. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Something like that, same bone structure. Right. Um I don't think I'd want to go transforming it. And I don't think I can edit it here. But if can I, like, shrink? Yeah, so I actually can do some modifications here. That's rotation, my bad. There, that's shrinking it. So imagine we kept it short like that, right? It's pretty hard to see it. It's not a very, we could still do it. It's not really a noticeable effect. Apparently. Oops, that's rotation. But I'm not animating the scale. So, but especially from behind, it's like you can really barely even tell it's happening. Maybe we can also do the other as well. I mean, that's kind of noticeable. Actually, it's not a bad idea. And I think it would fit in with the game too. Like, I think it's an appropriate idea for the gameplay. And then we could have your reach, your grab reach be less. I actually think that's a pretty good idea. Not just a pretty good idea, but an idea that I like. Alarm is kind of cute. It is cute. Absolutely cute. It'll take some, like, adjustment to get it to be sort of proportionate. So it does, I guess it just can be the same number on each side. Because it looks a little smushed, but I actually think this is a pretty good idea. Now, it doesn't necessarily completely communicate hit points, but it is very perceivable. It fits into the world of the game. It's not just like UI. It can have gameplay implications that make sense for the game. You can make the camera change lower if legs are... Oh, yeah, totally. Totally. Right, so that would be a thing. So, I mean, already, when you have your legs busted off, we do have a way to have you fall down to the ground. So we could, instead of straight up falling down, we could try adjusting the collision so it's shorter and shorter every time. And the camera already follows on the vertical axis, so we don't even have to worry about that. I already had that set up. Honestly, Stormrun, I think shrinking them down is a really good idea. Or the right idea. I mean, it even looks, even if we bring it down to 0, like, hell, that even looks better than removing it entirely. Like, that looks so much better than what we've been doing. Yeah. Yeah, no, well, you were like, you were thinking it would be complicated, but it's actually really simple. I mean, that's neat. I know what you mean. Yeah. You know? I think you're onto something. I think we're onto something. So, and I mean, even then, we could have the shoulder get smaller too. Now, that's where it's gonna start looking a little weird. Maybe, but maybe not. Like, if I just do one axis... Yeah, it's a little... It's getting that tear. I laugh because there's some tearing in the way I've set up the model, and that's my fault. I'd kind of rather it just be smooth. So I still need to fix that model a little bit so there isn't all that tearing. That's still something I need to deal with. But non-weight paint. Yeah, so basically I have so like the legs, the original model. Let me just put everything back to normal. And to be clear too, we still have to find a way to make this happen in code. I'm sure it's perfectly doable. But technically I don't know how to do that, but I'm sure we could figure it out. Let me put it back to healthy sizes. So, you never used the weight painter. Well, I did. So I had to use the weight painter to get the face to turn around correctly. If you can figure it out, you can always have like 20 models you show and hide. Hell no. Hell no. That is too much. But you're right, that would work. So, you find the right... I try... Well, not just a right way, but a way that will keep me from having problems later on down the line. You know, I'm trying to think about how to help myself in the future. So you can see the arms are not actually attached. I just haven't gotten to that. So the legs I never made a separate attachment for the legs. That's how I should have done the arms. But I didn't. And I kind of regret that. So like the legs are totally independent. Right? They're not even blended in at all. And that's how I should have done the arms. But instead, I made the arms blended on, which means now there's this tearing between there. And I can join it, but even if I join it, you know, bridge this gap, I can totally do that. I can totally weight paint it. Absolutely doable. But, you know, when this arm goes away, there's still going to be this gap here, and it's going to be torn weird. So it's just kind of like a project I'm putting off for another day, is to just redo the body so it's just one solid thing, and redo the arm so it's one solid thing, and it just sticks in there. You know, that's just a project for another day. There'll always be a new model now that you know so much more. My first model looks like Minecraft to my newer ones. Nice. Yeah, totally, absolutely. And that's part of the point of doing the project, is just to learn, make mistakes, and grow from those mistakes. But it does raise a question. I mean, right now, I'm not animating the shoulder at all. So I'm going to need to redo that. But the shoulder will need to be animated, and it will need to be shrunk. So I think for now, we should include the shoulder in the shrinking and the arm. Now, I don't know that I want this to replace a health bar that pops up. I think a health bar would still be useful and something we should still consider. It's just now, with it this way, we don't necessarily have to have it there all the time. It could, like, pop up for a little bit, because there's already going to be a cursor. Whether you're playing with the gamepad or the mouse, there's going to be a cursor. So that way you can click on things and select them. And we could say that if you hover over a body part, you see the progress bar. And when you take damage, the progress bar could appear for a little bit, show you the new hit point value, and then after a certain amount of time, go away. Or fade out considerably. And then if you hover over it, it appears or comes to full opacity. And then, since the limb will be shrinking, we'll be able to see how much damage it's taking without necessarily checking the progress bar every time. We almost don't need the... I mean, that because if the player learns that 1 HP is a very small limb, I mean, you kind of don't need the progress bar. Honestly. Really, you only need it for the first time the player does it, and then once the player learns, you kind of get the idea. I feel like it'll be confusing for like 2 and 3. Or 3 HP left, 2 HP left, but like 1 and 4 will be really obvious. But the difference between 2 and 3 HP will be a little tricky. So that still may make it useful. And it does present some issues, right? Because we have to make sure that the collision and the size and the animation all kind of agree. But I think it's doable. Stormrun says, I spent 9 years on learning lighting yesterday, and I don't think I learned anything I can remember. Oh, I feel that. I relate to that. You can flash like a broken bone symbol, ooh, over the body part when it breaks. Then a second later, it's gone, but limb is smaller. It's interesting. It's kind of what the flashing red does. Yeah, but I like it's a cool idea, like having some icon that appears. Yeah. If the head dies, does the whole body? Yeah. So the head and the body are like one, that's like your main health. So you can lose all your limbs and not die. But if your body or your head takes damage, that's like the end. You're dead forever. Yeah, the head and the body are one unit. They both have the same health. That's just the way it is. It's a little weird, but that's the way it is for now. You can have a main health bar at the bottom or somewhere with all limbs added together, and when the head takes a hit, it loses a third. Not sure I really understand that. Why would that be one health bar? I hear you. I hear you. I see what you're saying. Yeah, like differentiating the health of the head and the body from the rest of the limbs. Right, because like what are we gonna do? Make the body smaller? That's a good point. So okay, that's interesting because that makes me think maybe we only make a health bar for the body. And the limbs don't have a health bar. They just get smaller. And the body stays the same size. And the health bar of the head and the body, that's the only bar that pops up. And it follows those same rules where it's kind of transparent. It only shows up when you are losing health. And if you hover over it, it'll show you fully how much is left. It raises some questions like, well, why doesn't the body shrink? I mean, we could have the entire alien get smaller, right? Like maybe the whole thing, the arms, the legs, the entire thing shrinks down. I wonder if it would like weight paint, like if it would like implode if we shrunk just the body. This is a very interesting conversation. You're helping me so much right now. Hey S, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for stopping back in. Hello for a bit. I've decided to have the flashing just be a temporary thing. And now I'm figuring out some other things. Maybe the body could get scars. You know, I thought about that, and I feel like that's like a little hard to perceive. I like that idea. And I feel like that has a possibility. I gotta be honest, I'm super sold on shrinking the body parts. I kind of like am feeling a full steam of head about that. So the body parts actually get smaller every time they get hit. I kind of think that's the way to go. And like scarring or something could be a nice bonus thing for sure. For sure. But for the primary purpose of communicating to the player, I think I would struggle getting that to go. Calling the head shrink? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of curious about. I don't know. So I'm going to try it right now. So if I shrink just the body and the head are one unit. If I shrink only that, let's come to the skeleton. And I guess if I shrunk the root, looks like we're gonna funhouse mirror. That's pretty much it. We could just do the head. I mean, it does weight paint, you know? Oh god. It does weight paint. Now, I know I've messed up the arms. I feel like I need to work. This must be, okay, next Monday, for the Monday member stream, I'm gonna fix these arms because it keeps coming up and I keep having to disclaim it and be like, I'm gonna fix it. Guys, I'm gonna fix it. All right, I'm gonna fix it. On Monday, I'm gonna fix those arms. But that's a good idea, right? Instead of thinking about the body. So the head, and then so the root, the body would be this root here. Unfortunately, since, you know, the arms are connected and everything, the arms all change, which I don't really want. But the head is a good idea because that's not affecting the arms. And that's the weight painting, right? So I could come into Blender and I could adjust the root weight paint to not affect the arms, and that would be fine. And then it would stretch inward. So we could totally, I could absolutely set that up. The head's a good idea though. Even though technically the body's getting hit as well. It does raise some other questions. For example, how is the alien gonna fit an entire cow in its mouth if it's super tiny? You can set it up as a shape key. I've heard that term. I've heard that term before. It's a term I've heard. And that's as far as understanding what you're saying for me goes. So everyone says, add up all body part numbers. That is the health bar maximum. If you get one hit, number goes down by 1. But if the head is hit, number goes down by 1/3. I mean, that's an interesting idea. That would be very much sort of changing everything. And I don't particularly, I guess I hear what you're saying, because I don't really like that idea, but I think it's interesting. Because I see what you're saying. So like all the limbs could die and you would still have health bar left. So it would never kill you. So that doesn't actually change everything. I gotta say, I love the tiny head. The tiny head looks awesome. So that's like, that's gotta stay in some way. I guess I'm kind of opposed to a singular health bar in general. But it's an interesting idea. Or by a 4th. Tiny head reminds me of Men in Black. Yes! Right, I think that's why I like it. It has like a good like alien zeitgeist thing. Like it's it's how aliens have been represented before. Shape key is a 3D thing. In Blender, it's called shape key. You have your default shape of the model, and you apply a shape key to deform it. Okay. And this would be just for the shrinking part? I know. I mean, I guess I'm not sure what it would be for. Because the way I'm thinking is we could just use Godot to modify the code. So just have it adjust the scale in code. So if, health point is 3 or 2 or 1, the heads change the scale to these values rather than doing it in Blender. But maybe there's some advantage to shape keys that I don't know. As a little head, he uses a straw because he can't fit the cow in its mouth. I love it. I mean, I don't. I mean, I do. I don't want to implement it, but it's hilarious. I think, I don't want to worry too much because I guess they can always stretch around. I think shrinking the body parts is a really good idea. I think that has to stay. It's too good. It's too good. Oh yeah, I always forget, Godot doesn't compile, or it compiles on the fly. So like, I could literally just stretch this all out in real time. It's just I have to open a separate window. Yeah. Oh, we died. This is fun. You split the responsibility of changing the model to the correct software. That's interesting. Point taken. Usually it's used for facial expressions or body modifications. And so this is assuming there's a way in Godot to call upon those shape keys. But if based on what you're saying, it sounds like there is. It's a pretty good idea. As far as doing things a more correct way. I'm still not fully convinced. So, because I would also want it to blend, right? But it probably does. Based on what you're saying, it sounds like it would work. I just don't know. It looks like it's doable. Grayed out. So it looks like they appear. It looks like it works. Gotta add it as an animation. There can be a loading screen of the alien with a little head and a straw. You can apply the rest. I love your imagination. It will keep the animation intact. If I have an opposition to it, it's for having to learn how to do it. But it sounds like a good thing to learn. It definitely feels like it's increasing the difficulty a bit, but I like where you're going with it. So, I mean, that brings me back to what do I do today, right now, in the time we have left? This stream is currently... Oh, we're just at 3 hours. So we definitely have time to learn something new. No idea to import Blender to Godot. I can't test. That's okay. I've got that set up. It's pretty easy. Godot has, if you're curious, uh, there's a couple of different ways. You can export it like as a GLTF file or whatever. Or what I do is you can come to, I don't know, you have to like add, I mean, I'll show you, let me show you, how about this, instead of explaining it, because I kind of know, but here. This video will answer all of your questions. If you're curious. Not that you're necessarily going to, but if you want more reasons to be distracted from doing things you should do. Let me give you this other link. Sometimes this link works better depending on people if they're on their computer or a phone. There. So check out this video. Godot and Blender setup and importing tutorial. And so basically I just have the .blend files that go right in. So I'm sure it'll import marvelously. Is it like a timeline with keyframes? Yeah, I don't know. I kind of wonder. I'm curious. You know, I've never used shape keys.
Like
Okay, so I see it's kind of like this little thing over here. It probably is just like you're saving like a pose, basically, and then we can animate into it, would be my guess. So it's like a singular position that is kept in memory. And then in Godot, we can say, you know, switch to this remembered position. And then Godot will do that. So there they're changing the size of it a little bit. It looks like they're making a keyframe or something. I don't know. And now over here in Godot, they've got something called blend shapes. Oh, it's actually a part of the mesh in the inspector. Oh, and then they can just, oh, do a slider. They're just dragging a slider and then it morphs into that position. Nice. And I would assume we could set that in code. The path to Blender. Yes! Yeah, you have to set the path. Right. Sometimes I have to reset it. Every once in a while, it will, like, unset it. And I have to go back in and put it again, but it's not too bad. Oh, and then they're literally setting up an animation player for it. So we could just play an animation. Oh, wow. So it's a keyframe. Oh, you can keyframe it. That's awesome. You can keyframe how morphed it is. Okay. I'm pretty sold on this. I'm pretty sold on this. Nice. Good call. Dude, what a team. Thank you guys. What a great team. Okay. Man, I really need to fix those arms. I almost feel like I should do it today. I mean, it's gonna take me some time, is the thing. Because if I'm gonna set these shape keys, I'm gonna have to reset it up because I haven't fixed these arms yet. You know? There's so much. There's so much. Sometimes it's good to do it right the first time. But sometimes it's hard to know what the right way is the first time, if it's your first time. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking for today. Like, just to realistically use my time wisely. I feel like I'm going to come over to Hack and Plan. I feel like I need to focus on the stuff we're planning on focusing on. And next week, getting the shrinking in. As much as I want to do it today, I'm not sure it makes the most sense in managing my time to do it today. So let me come over to the Hack and Plan so I can just plan this out. This is man, this is some game dev stuff right here. Like just cascading things coming together and having to like think about how everything affects everything else and then managing time around doing those things. So my plan is to do injury effects today. I mean, really, if I'm more specific, I'm going to say injury flash or limb flash effects, right? So I'm going to say I spent like 3 hours doing that today. That's how long this stream is right now, right? Let me just triple check. Yes, 3 hours. So I'm going to say I spent 3 hours doing that today. And then we finished it. We got the limb flash. The limbs flashed. That is done. We spent 9 hours on it. Now this says in the description HP driven, but we're actually changing it. We're just gonna not have a description. Or limbs flash for a few seconds, depending on if it was hit. Okay, so we'll just leave that. And then I'm gonna drag this. We'll put it in testing. We'll be generous. We'll put it in testing. Now I'm going to add something new on here, just so we can keep track of everything. And I'm going to say limbs shrink based on hit points. It's multifaceted, so I'm going to call it design. We'll give it some high importance. How long do I think this will take? I think I could knock it out in 8 hours. I mean, I need to, well, that's the thing. If we're just focusing on shrinking the limbs, I think I could do that in 8 hours. So that's like a stream, you know, a long stream. And we'll say learn shape keys in Blender, bring into Godot, set up, well, that's maybe more than 8 hours, actually. That feels more like, I like 13 as a baseline. Learn shape keys in Blender, bring into Godot, set up code that shrinks appropriate part based on HP. You missed some ingredients. What were shape keys? Yeah. So shape keys in Blender. Yeah, I just kind of looked at like a video and I kind of deduced to what it is. So in Blender, I'll try to pull it up, but well, let's look at and I'm gonna work on it next week. Today, what I'm gonna to finish, what I'm gonna do today is do the health bar for the body. And not do health bars for each limb. So the shrinking of the limbs will be the shrinking of the limbs will be all that the player has to determine how much limb health they have left. I think that the shrinking is powerful enough to communicate it that'll be okay. But then the body, since it's so important, because you'll die if the body dies, I'm going to set it for the rest of this stream, the body health bar. Okay, now, shape keys in Blender. What it seems is that there are these things you can add in here. So if you come to like the different, if you can tell, it's kind of small. You know where you add vertex groups? You said you hadn't done weight painting, so you may not actually know what I mean. But like, there's that section in Blender where you can add the vertex groups or the weight paint in. Whatever this symbol is right here. Right? And then there's vertex groups in there and there's shape keys. And so it seems like what you can do is you can take an existing shape, adjust it, add it as a shape key, and then in Godot, we can say, hey, morph into that shape key that was defined in Blender. That way we're not adjusting little values in Godot to try and get it to be, it's going to warp and it's going to be all weird. We can actually set what the shrunkness should look like. It's not just a scale. Yeah, it's kind of like we're more nuancedly adjusting it to be smaller. I'm definitely convinced that that's a better way to go about it. And then in Godot, we can use the code to play an animation that moves us into the smaller piece. They can have a cow leg shape. Totally. Wow. Yeah, this does open up a lot of possibilities. That's a great point. That's a great point. Maybe all those other things aren't so far out of reach now. Speaking of reach, that could help with like all kinds of stuff. Yeah, you make a good point. You make a good point. Dragonblade tried to import it as a blend file, and that didn't work. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I did it. I mean, look, I know a lot of people don't like watching VODs, but, if you want, I set all that up in a live stream. So I did that during a live stream. So if you're curious and you want to see the struggles that I had, now I gotta find which one it is. Probably the first one. I mean, if the character's in there, that's gotta be one of the first things that we did. It has to be, right? This was the Endless Runner tutorial one. I feel like I would have... I don't even think we had Blender implemented at this point, actually. So maybe it's this one? But you know, and I'm just saying, you know, if you want to see the problems we had, this could be one way to do it. Blender plus Godot tutorials. Yeah, so it was definitely this live stream. So somewhere in here, we figured out how to unify Blender and Godot at some point here. I would think it would look more obvious whenever we did that. Here, there's Blender. There's Blender. So if somehow that helps you, this is the live stream where we set it up. I don't remember all the little things, but there were some little things. There were some little things. Anyway. It keeps the original shape like holding shift in Photoshop. In theory, we could, and if I wanted to change the original shape, I could, but it can be sized. I think we get the freedom of defining the shape based on all the tools that are available in Blender. For example, shrinking it proportionally. I think we just have more. I mean, I do feel like Dragon Blade makes a good point that it's good to do it in the correct software. Because if we do it in Godot, it's just going to be less precise, and it seems like a good thing to learn in Blender, and then we might find other advantages too. You mean the shape keys? Oh, the shape keys. Oh, I got you all that link for nothing. I gotcha. It imports just no shape key options. I think, didn't you just use the .blend file directly in Godot? I did. You figured it out? Okay, cool. Yeah, so I think where it appears, based on a video that I looked at just now, is on under the mesh. Oh, it's even right there. So I think it's this blend shape mode right there. I think if we had some of these, we could somehow access that. And then we could create keyframes based on that. I mean, I don't think I don't know. I mean, I'm a little concerned. You're expecting it to appear in the imported scene, but it appears only in an inherited scene. Yeah. It sure does. It sure does. Yeah, I'm not sure where in here it is going to appear ultimately. But you can see here, it's got the keyframe on it. Is that where you're seeing it, Dragonblade? Is in there? I don't know. That's something I'll do next week. So let me set this up. Limb shrink based on hit points. Not let me. I'm just saying, like, let's go. Not like stop. I don't mean that. Learn shape keys in Blender. Bring into Godot. Set up code that shrinks appropriate part based on HP. Okay, great. That looks good. So this will say 13 hours. I'm gonna work on this next week. Create this. This is planned. And let's just put this at the top. And so since I set it as a higher priority, it's got this nice arrow on it. Now, repair torn arms. I want this to be very high priority. I'm done procrastinating this. This is urgent. It's got the red. Urgent. We must do this. I'm going to guess this could take up to 8 hours. Maybe not. I'm still learning Blender. I'm sure I'm going to have little things I want to do. Who knows? I'm going to give it a wide berth. Why am I estimating? I don't know, for fun. Because Hack and Plan will keep track of progress based on time, and I think it's kind of interesting. So, yeah, so we've got that. Importance urgent, repair torn arms. And I'm going to add a little description here. I'm going to say, make them similar to legs. That's it. We're not going to get fancy with it. We're going to keep it super simple. All right. So now that's a high priority. I'm going to work on this on Monday in the members only stream. I'm going to work on this next week, Wednesday, Thursday. Today, let's add yet another task on here. I'm going to say, you haven't touched your code since you came here. You're welcome. You're welcome for the distraction. Slash, I'm sorry, I think. Let's see. I actually take that as a huge compliment. I take that as a massive compliment. Thank you for saying that. Whether you intended it as one or not, I don't know, but I take it as one. I'm going to say add health bar to body/head. That's what I'm going to do for the rest of the stream. This one is, I guess I usually just do design if it's like somewhere between programming and art. Importance, I mean, it's just what I'm doing here. And I'm going to say we're at 3.5 hours, so ideally it does not take more than 4 hours. I would like it to not take more than 4 hours. Much less than that, ideally. I'm shooting for 3. Should I make it 3? Oh, that's gonna put too much pressure on me. Body HP bar appears on hit, becomes invisible or semi-transparent. I'm not sure which. We'll see what feels good. After a certain time. This is where it might get complicated, but maybe not. On hover, bar reappears slash becomes fully opaque. All right. You guys have all been so helpful. My gosh. Dragon and Storm Run. Thank you so much. This is going to be our in progress thing right now. And now I am organized a little bit. All right. So we're going to set aside the shrinking thing. Wonderful, valuable discovery. Changing my life. But not what we're going to work on right now. Right now, I'm going to continue working on the progress bar. Yes, I haven't forgotten. So let's do that. So I had started setting up this gradient. And I kind of want to avoid having to like add like a node for this block. A node, oh, that's hard to do. A node for this next block. A node for the next block. And so I'm trying to use this gradient as a way to do that. It's not the prettiest thing, especially when it starts shrinking down. You know, you only get half of this gradient. But it will save me having to add too much, and all I got to do is subtract from 4, and we'll be good. The other thing I have to think about, too, is I need to modify this if the game, you know, implements a way to increase your health at some point down the line. This will have to be updated. You know, which will be tricky. Maybe. I mean, if I make this 7, and I make that 7... No, yeah, see, then it resizes it. Ay, ay, ay. And it doesn't... Why does it do that? Yeah, it's missing scalability. I mean, it would miss scalability anyway if I did it in many other ways. You know, I could just have, like, an extra bar. I feel like that's what I would do. If we add a way to increase your life, it would probably be better if we add like a second bar that represents your like extra health, like a shield or something. I think that's probably the easiest way to handle that. All right, so I'm not going to worry about that. In terms of getting this gradient set up, I could lengthen one side. Actually, because if it's just the right side, and if I lengthen that, yeah, that doesn't... It still looks like half. I think it's fine. I think I don't want to worry too much about it. Especially if I'm on the clock now. I want to get it done in less than 4 hours. Maybe there's something to it being a little shorter. And then if I wanted to add a little more effect in here, it would be kind of nice if like the overall color of the thing could change somehow. I don't know if there's a way to reference these like points that we're adding in here. You know, like if I could update this color. So like maybe when you're full, I mean the color, you know, again, color blindness not going to be helpful. But you know, then if it's lower, it could be a different color or a different shade or something. It could get like washed out or become red when it's lower. I'm not exactly sure. I could probably just pick like a different texture. That would probably be easier. Is if I create a new texture and then switch the texture. That would probably be the way to do it. So I could save this texture. Yeah, that would be super doable. If I wanted to do that. Which I'm not gonna worry about. For now, we'll just keep it like the alien color, maybe. I don't know. It's a lot to think about. But I'm just gonna grab this color as it is. And we can, because this will also be something that'll probably be easier for me to like determine what looks best once I get in there. Whoa. Oh, I kind of like that. Like I said before, I'm just playing around in here. Having a bit of fun with it. Maybe this could be in the center, and these could be like a darker variant of the green. Something like that. Now, I kind of wish it had like a border on it. Oh, I guess I could just do that with the, like over here. So we could say, oh, but maybe it has a border. Let me see. Or outline or something. Font outline. I don't want a font outline. Constraints. Don't think that's what we want. Layout. There might be a way to do that. And then let me go back to that tutorial too to see if they had some like specific instructions that I skipped over. So they're moving it to the center. Oh, they did get a border in there. Oh, there is a border option. There is a border option. Apparently searching for it was not the way to go. And that exists where? Theme override style. It could be they were using, they were probably not using gradient. So that may be why. I wonder if that's like a background. If we say stylebox flat, there we go. Whoa. Okay. First of all, that's kind of cool. I'm not gonna act like that isn't kind of cool. But a real border would be kind of nice. It's just like it's just like extending the length of the whole thing for some reason. Oops. Oh shoot. Oh no. Oh no. Did I kill it? I killed it. What? Godot just obliterated it. How dare you? I can't even control Z it. It just burned it to the ground. Don't uncheck these boxes. Oh my gosh. That's so brutal. Dang. Brutal.
but add a border.
That just set me back.
We will keep this color for the background, but add a bar 3D. Rides flat.
Jeez.
We will keep this color for the background, but
What
add a
the
border.
heck? So brutal. So unnecessary. Well, I guess I'll start with the border now then, this time. Criminy. Like what? Be careful, man. These checkboxes, they will obliterate everything in here. Now you can save them. You can save what you make. But like I didn't want to like clog up the project with files I don't need until I was done. But I guess I should rethink that next time. This time. Border width. Just a little bit. Would be nice if it was like rounded or something. Yeah. 10, you say? It works for me. In the background, I mean, I would like the fill to be the background. Gradient texture 1D. See, it just obliterates it. I mean, this is a different kind of obliteration than the other obliteration I was talking about. This one is not really filling in from the background. It's just covering up the entire border. We can make it round, but can I add a border? Oh, also, I did make it, if you meant earlier, so I did get it round up here on the background area. But in terms of getting the gradient to be within that border, I don't know if that's going to work. But I guess, in my opinion, it should. But none of these margin options. And I could round this. Well, I don't know if I can. But even if I can, I still don't know how to add a border. I would think that background thing would do that. But evidently, it doesn't. I mean, this doesn't seem to be doing anything in terms of showing that background. So, I mean, I'd have to think I need to, like, add another node on top of it if I want that to be the case. Which is a little irritating. Content margins. Now, this is on the background. Oh, I could expand it around it. But then it's like this this like awkward, you know, sharp edges on the inside of it, which is terrible. I could live with it. Honestly, I could live with it if I'm being real with you. I think I could live with it. I'm just saying. Doesn't look that bad. Especially if it's those segments, and then the segments could match the background color. And that could be halfway decent. Guess the border I'd like to be like a dark gray. And the background I'd like to be on the brighter side. Transparent, for sure. And I do want the whole thing to have transparency, which I don't know. Visibility. I don't know how doable that's going to be. Because we have the background separate. So I think we would I think we would need to separately adjust their transparency. So I'd have to access this texture's colors alpha and adjust it. And I'd have to access the other texture's alpha and adjust it. It's a bit tedious. And I have to set the default alpha, which right now is at this 144. That's okay. This is going to be a little tricky. I'm probably underestimating how much time this is going to take. That's okay. Let's bring that down a bit as well. And then for each section, I want light on the side. And the colors in the middle. So I'll set this. Really, I'd want it to be the background color. I want it to be exactly the same in every way. So it's probably going to fade out in a weird way. That's okay. Perfection is not important. But I do like just kind of experimenting with what these tools can do. Oh, I guess I wanted the whole color, don't I? I should just get the hex code. I'm just getting a little more familiar with it. Hey, S, thanks for stopping in and hanging out. I appreciate it. Good night to you. And, yeah, good luck with the VTuber project and all that. Appreciate you stopping in. Bye for now, S. Yeah, I'm going to hang out for a few more hours, just to... a couple to a few more hours. Just to get the most out of my time here. Alright, so that's that color. And then this one. I mean, it will... The transparency will double up. You know, since we're putting transparent on top of transparent. So it's not going to totally blend into the back, as long as the back is semi-transparent. So I might want to make this have a little more alpha, so it actually kind of blends in there, which is a little tricky. Let me center this real quick. Real quick. Just because I got those lines on there, and it's making it a little harder to see. Alright. Gets a little complicated here. I mean, this is like almost... I guess it would make the most sense if I make it invisible. Then it will eventually fade into it. Yeah, I guess that makes the most sense. Okay. Got it. So we don't actually need any color there at all. It's just invisible. Okay. So this one, invisible. And then put one in the center. Make it alien flesh color. Add a couple on the sides. Oh, not add a couple on the sides. Change the dark ones, the black ones, to just be a darker green. You know, I'm glad we had to redo it. That's how we learn. Repetition. Sometimes. Can also be an annoying way to learn. Okay. And then we're going to come down to width. No, not width. Oh, we have to set it to tiled. Axis stretch, tile fit, and then come down to width. Nice. And there they go away, one by one. Boop, 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 boop. And it's all one little unit in here. Not too bad. I'm not sure about all the color choices and everything, but it's a start. I kind of want that border to be a little less wide. And not even there, but like the distance. So I have that at 6. Maybe put these at 5. It's a little hard to see that green against the light background. I feel like it should be dark, not light on the back of it. And then maybe the border can be bright so it stands out. Yeah, that looks better. And then maybe we could have the divisions be a little wider. All right, but then it will just kind of like fade out into gray, which isn't the prettiest look, if I'm being honest. All right, let's go with that for now. I do want to save it, not just overall, but individually. So this, we have management, NPCs, objects, players, scripts, UI. Let's make a folder in here, and this is going to be health. And we'll say HP gradient texture. And then I'll save this one as well as HP border texture. All right. Now back to that tutorial. We come back to our main scene. So that's it. We just leave that. Oh, and then, so let me rename this. This is going to
select
be
transparent BG to make the background transparent, and disable 3D.
This is going to be body HP bar. I guess Godot tends to like body HP bar. Yeah, but that's... I'm gonna do it like this. Body HP bar. Ooh, I need a drink of water. And then I'm gonna save this, or save it as a scene. It is a scene. We just have to save it at all. So I'll put this in UI health, body HP bar, save it. And now if I come back to the alien itself, on each limb, I'm going to want to add a sub viewport and then set that bar that we just made as the texture for the viewport. I believe. I'm pretty sure. So let's add sub viewport onto here. And where did they set that in the inspector? Oh, they instantiate as a child. So I'm going to look up HP bar that we just made. There it is. This tutorial is really good.
We will select transparent BG to make the background transparent. And disable 3D.
And this is from Robin Lamb. Super useful. Great tutorial.
Since what we are displaying is only 2D. Finally, we will add parent. We will select transparent BG to make the background transparent.
All right, transparent background. Turn off 3D.
And disable 3D, since what we are displaying is only 2D. Finally, we will add a sprite 3D.
Finally. I like that. And this will also be a child of our limb. So we're adding a lot of stuff on here. That's okay. Sprite 3D. Oh, the sub viewport is the texture for the Sprite 3D.
Under texture, we will select viewport texture and select our viewport.
Gotcha. Viewport texture right there, top one. It's number one. It would be kind of nice if we could just instance this, you know? I mean, there is an instance in here, but I think that could be okay. There it is. Oh, wait, we don't want this on each limb. Oh, I forgot. We're not doing this on a per limb basis anymore. I forgot. We're not doing it per limb anymore. So we don't need to instance it. So actually, I should put this up here. In the alien overall. And then the Sprite 3D, we can move this around. Nice. I think we could make that more solid in the background there. Now, I think they also said something about if you update it, it'll like look weird. You have to like resave it and reload it. I'm going to give this a little more constitution. So I guess I want to overwrite. Ooh, I got some frogs in my throat. I'm going to overwrite that. Save this. If I come into the alien, there it goes. So it goes invisible. And then how do they say to fix that? It's just a quirk.
We will need to remove the health bar and add it again to have the value be 100.
Remove it and add it again. Brutal. Instantiate child scene, body. And then we have to re-add to the Sprite 3D. Wait.
Every time you leave the screen and come back, you will see a box of the model rather than the life bar.
If we leave and come back, we'll see a box of the model.
Don't worry, the life bar will show correctly when you run the scene, but you can reset the texture in the Sprite 3D to see the life bar.
Reset the texture. I see. So like literally click reset, then click viewport, choose the viewport, then it reappears. Gotcha. Okay, cool. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of steps. I mean, I kind of don't want it to be transparent at all. It's a lot of little steps. Make that solid. Save it. Save it. We come back here. It disappears. Do I really have to re-add it? Like, what if I believe them, but like, what if I just do this? Like, I just want to see it. I want to see it. That worked. Okay, cool. Nice. So I just updated the texture, and now it's there. Okay. Good.
On the editor again.
I think that's about it. Now, I mean, if I want to like rename it or something, I mean, it's just, it feels a little messy in here. Like maybe it's just me, but like all this feels a little messy. So I kind of like this to be, I mean, I kind of almost want to bundle these up into one node. Just for the sake of organization. Is that a mistake? I don't know. But it's what I'm gonna do. And I hope the world will forgive me. I'm gonna call it bar HP. And then if I drag this in here, drag that in there, looks like it still works. Just so it's, I don't know, just a little more organized. And I can collapse that if I want, you know, and keep this name sub viewport, body HP bar, keep this sprite 3D, but now we have this delineation so we kind of understand what the context of all that is. And I don't have to rename it all. Okay. Cool. It's a little large for my tastes. Not sure the best way to decide resizing it. I might want to do that over here. So I just take this whole thing. So I have some concerns about doing that. So I'm not really sure where the best place to resize it is going to be. If I'm being honest. You know, I could... We can probably scale it. Right? Like, that's probably allowed, right? Godot scaling control nodes. Like, why shouldn't I? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I had to zoom up. My bad. Why you shouldn't. Confirm my bias. Scale control nodes. They don't respect anchor settings. You know, I'm just gonna take the risk and regret it later. Wouldn't be the first time. So now it's not centering. So if I put on the right, the left, the top, the bottom, it's not actually staying in the center anymore. could be that the anchor point isn't at the center. Anchor point is this. Yeah, it's still not at the center. All right. Don't resize it. Don't resize it. Don't resize it. I take it back. But then out here, if I want to resize it, I mean, this seems bad as well. You know, if I scale this down, seems like a mistake. What if I do the sprite 3D? Maybe that'll be better if I transform that. Nice, because now it's at least staying above in that position. I'm sure it's still not a great idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm rebellious like that. 0.4. Okay. It does look a little... Does this show up? Is this going to show up? Like if we just hit play right now? I'd kind of be curious to see what it looks like. Nice. It looks awesome. It looks great. I'm not sure what I want to do with it position-wise. And it's a little obtrusive there, but it wouldn't be there all the time. It would only be if you've taken damage. Although I will say, if you're like paying attention, like you're looking at, since it's like a runner game, right? I feel like my focus is on the center anyway. So it's like, it kind of keeps that information in my mind. But then the alternative would be to move it down here. I'm a little concerned that this node that I created is in a different position than the sprite 3D. I feel like that's not good, by the way. Like, I feel like this should be where we want it, and then this position should be 0. That's more what I think we should do. That way I can move this whole unit up and down. Right? But I'm worried it's gonna like not be that visible if it's like in front of the body, especially if like the body is changing and stuff. You know, unless that border was a little more significant. I feel like it is, and maybe if it wasn't green, if the hit points weren't the same color as the character, that might make it a little more obvious. You know, I could make them red. Again, color blindness wise, the color will be very similar unless I make the tone very different. But I guess I'm curious to try. So if I lean into like a darker tone, and if it's too dark, then the background will look odd along with it. And I guess this is there's a lot of artistic decisions to make here. And I still got to do the code. God has help us. I mean, I already kind of like the red better. And then I'll put up a black and white filter so we can just analyze it color blindness wise. Yeah, because see, it kind of disappears onto the background now. So I'd almost want to have a brighter background color. And then go back to having a darker border. Which with the transparency won't be that dark, but I am going to add a little alpha on there. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Come back to the alien scene. Re-add the texture to the sprite 3D. Because I want it to stand out. I want it to be something that, I mean, that stands out. That's much more perceivable. And I even wouldn't mind it being a little bigger. We might be okay with scaling it if we keep it proportionate. It's so big. It looks like a sensor bar. Censoring the buttocks. I don't know how I feel about it. And feeling plays into this a lot. It could also be like off to the side and not directly behind. Something about the size I don't like. There's a lot of things, and I'm not sure I like. I care a lot about how it communicates information to the player. I care a lot about that. It almost looks like an energy bar or like a power bar, like how much of an ability you have. Let me just put the black and white filter up there. Yeah, I mean, it's perceivable. It does look very similar to the body color, but that's not a huge deal, especially with that border. It really stands out very well. So it's pretty obvious what's going on there. You kind of lose the limb flash. The limb flash, that red and green, man, like you barely notice it with the black and white filter, which is there just to emulate like a color blindness, a catch-all for color blindness. And you know, it's not just a color blindness thing. I feel like there's design lessons to learn from things looking good in monochrome. It's like just another level that the brain can operate on without relying on something else, i.e. color. And then you can add in the color as well, so it's like extra. I think with the flash, I think something that could help is adjusting the like shading as well. Not just the color, but like have the way it's lit change. Oh, the arm's gone. That health bar is it's really far away. Now, I would want that health bar to be, again, semi-transparent. So I don't know how I'm going to set all this set up today, but I kind of would like it to become semi-transparent after the damage flash ends. So it'll just like fade out. It'll still be there, but it'll be less apparent. I like it on the side. I do. You know, it raises some issues with like the arm collision. I guess I could bring it closer. That might help. We just yank it forward enough that the arms wouldn't bump into it, and that would adjust the size of it a little bit so it would be bigger. You know, then you kind of get this like effect where it's at a perspective, which is kind of cool. I kind of like it. And if we do that, we could even pull it in further. So let me try that. You know, if the arms aren't going to clip into it, it's kind of nice. I kind of like that. And it provides like this sense of perspective. It's kind of interesting. I mean, yeah, I kind of like it. Which I think is a good feeling to go with. I think this is kind of nice. I think there's still some things to communicate overall. But, you know, because if your limbs are taking damage, you know, almost, it's kind of, I don't know, we'll see. I'm not going to question too much. All right, so this is a good start. I'm going to leave it like this. And then let's start getting the code in there so things actually happen the way I want. So I want this to actually not be visible. So it's gonna not be visible to start with. So where am I gonna code all of this? I could do it within the instanced scene. I don't love that. That doesn't immediately strike me as a good idea, to be honest. Let me just clean up a little bit here. Can I get a 30-minute recap? I had to restart some stuff. Yeah. Oh, I'd be honored. I'd be delighted to do a 30-minute recap. So basically, I just worked on the hit point bar for the body. So I also like planned out how I'm gonna proceed for the next week. So today I'm gonna add a health bar that only applies to the body / head. Next Monday, I'm gonna repair the torn arms in Blender. And then next week, I'm gonna have the limbs shrink based on their individual hit points. And so for the rest of the stream today, I'm gonna work on just the body health bar. So the most important health bar in the game. I'm gonna make sure that is visible. So I designed it here. You know, it's just a current design. I got it set up so it appears with the creature, with the character. So it's in this scene here. And we can look at it being there all the time. Oh, it's not. Wait, did it really... Viewport texture must be set to use it. It's really weird. It's a little buggy, I will say. It's a little buggy. If I make any changes to this sprite 3D, so if I hide it and then try to re-show it, I'm a little concerned how that's going to work out. Wait. Oh, but you know what else that video did say? The video said I had to replace it. Sounds cool, though. You move fast. Thanks. I wasn't so sure I do. Let me get this in here. Did I, like, do something I didn't realize I did. Re-add the sub viewport. Okay, something... I've made a mistake somewhere along the line. I don't know what happened. Why does it look like that? I swear, it was working quite well momentarily, or a moment ago. But I seem to have made some mistake somehow. Seems like it all began when I made it. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let me see if I can fix this. So the 30-minute recap, I wanted to show you the 30-minute recap. But apparently I need to do a few things first. So save that. Come over here. Replace this. Add or instantiate the health bar in the sub viewport. That looks good. Okay, things are good. Reset this. Add that in. Make it visible. Potato's not rendering. Set the sub viewport update mode to always to fix the problem. I don't know what that means, but there you go. Oh, interesting. Sub viewport. Thank you, tech support. Render target update mode when visible. Oh, always. Making it not visible did cause the problem. So that is incredibly intriguing. We still have another strange issue here. It also, like, looks wrong. I'm gonna try adding it again. Instantiate child scene, body. I mean, this is good to learn. Like, I need to learn what these challenges are dealing with this setup. Viewport texture must be set to use it. What, mate? I'm so confused. Alright, regrettably, I'm just gonna redo all of this. We're just gonna redo all that. Add... So weird. Add a sub viewport. We want to do that other stuff, right? Make it so we set its render mode to always visible, to always. Nice tip. We want to turn off 3D, give it a transparent background, and then I'm going to instantiate a child to this, and that's going to be body HP bar. And so now we can see that appears in there, which is good. And then we're going to add a sprite 3D, and we're going to set the sprite 3D to the viewport texture, sub viewport. Okay, it's appearing. This looks better. Things look better. I like that. And then I'm going to adjust this position accordingly. I also had the size modified a bit. I think it was like 0.6 or 0.7 or something. I did transform the sprite 3D. Maybe I should just transform the node. I don't know. Alright, bring that down to 0.7. Let's see what we got. It's gone. What? It's doing it again. Viewport texture must be set to use it. Say what? Now, the one thing I did that's different than the tutorial was I nested it in this node, but that shouldn't matter. Do I have setup local to scene? I don't know what that means. Setup local to scene. Oh, I did see a checkbox for that, actually, somewhere. Where I saw that checkbox, I don't remember. Although you're describing it like a line of code. I did see something like that somewhere. I don't remember where. Or what I did with that. There's a whole community on this issue. If you type this in on Google and click the first link, Godot viewport texture must be set to use it. Oh, right. Right. Searching up errors. I remember now that that's a thing. Remove the viewport texture. Maybe it's not a good... Wow, there is a lot of stuff here. False error? A false error. Set the sub viewport update to always. There's a bug with update only when visible. So that's what you were saying. Even with update mode set to always. Wow, so this is like an active problem. And this is where you read down and you said resource local to scene. On the mesh resource in the mesh material node. Set the viewport texture in the parent node of both the sub viewport. Set the viewport texture in the parent node of both the sub viewport and the mesh instance in code. So it seems like we might have to put this in code. This is interesting. Not what I expected. Thanks for looking into it, Stormrun. Wow. So, I mean, it seems like the best way to deal with it is to do it in code. Example in C#. Who do you think I am? C sharp. Uh, so viewport, get texture. Okay. So I'm not really sure how to do that, if I'm being honest, because the way that it's being done here, well, this is a fun challenge. The way that it's being done here, I guess I don't even understand. I don't even understand what a sub viewport is. I'm just doing what I was told to do. Sub viewport isolates a rectangular region of a scene to be displayed independently. This can be used to display UI in 3D space. We can say render target clear mode, render target update mode, size video override like a widget. Yeah, like a 3D widget. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I mean, just in here, I don't really see an example of how to do this in the documentation. And they're going to give an example in C sharp? Why? Why would you do this? So it's creating a new material. Viewport texture. Is that, maybe that's what we have to go do? Are you trying to get it to come up when a limb gets hit? No, when the body gets hit. When the body gets hit. You know, I can't even get it to appear at all now. Something I'm curious about is in that video tutorial. I mean, folks must be having a problem with this. Unless everybody who looks at tutorials doesn't actually try anything. This tutorial. Did you encounter issues? Is he had errors? Nobody's having problems. So something where the number goes down, could you tell it to show the object then hide it after a few seconds? Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's ultimately what I want to do. Unfortunately, I can't even work on that now because I have to figure out this. I don't even have the luxury of trying to solve that. That's the fun thing that I want to set up. But this has presented a unique problem. Okay, there it appears. So, okay, so I think what might be a problem. Well, so the thing that I did, so everyone in that tutorial video wasn't having the problem, or the people in the comments, nobody mentioned it. And so the thing that I did differently from that tutorial is I bundled it in this node down here. And I just unbundled it from the node. And now we're not having problems. So I think maybe it's a very sensitive situation that may or may not be related to those issues we were seeing in that forum post. And I can't shove it into a node like that. Being parented. Right. So, like, maybe we just don't parent it and we accept that and be okay with it. like, hey, if it's gonna cause all that, Never mind. Never mind. Just let it go. You know what? It's all good. The other possibility, so before I totally let it go, okay? Before I totally let it go. Oh, dang it. Why does it do that? Godot can be so weird. Before I totally let it go, I also changed the size of it. Let me just experiment with this, okay? Let me just experiment with this. So I also changed the size of that node in there. And maybe that's part of it. Probably missing something to link it to the real world. Yeah, virtually. Right. Of course. I mean, this is all messed up, but no, that breaks it. Okay, so don't put it in there. Just yank it out of there. Let it go. I wish I could nest it in there. It would just be a little cleaner. And then, for the code and stuff, it would be nice to have it. It's fine. It's totally fine. Everything looks fine. The positioning seems a little weird. Let me make sure. I'm just gonna because there's a lot of weird undo, redo things that happened here. It is scaled. Don't scale it. Do not do that. Oh, and then the center point. What was at the beginning of the error? Did it say height width? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Which error? Oh, the one down here? It does say get size. It does say get size. That's not centered. I don't know much. Maybe it is. Save that. Godot's undo redo can be really strange sometimes. This has been a very interesting romp. I think you need to set the height and width. Where? I mean, the bug was. You mean in that node that I had before when I was nesting it? Yeah, maybe. At this point, I'm quite comfortable just doing what works and not getting different about it all. Where is everything in here? Yeah, if it works. Where? Oh, there we go. I'm just gonna save all of this stuff. Make sure everything's up to date. Save the whole thing. Come in here. And I'm gonna try updating the viewport texture. There. So now that's quite large. Now if I want to scale this down to 0.7, are we still in business? What the flip? What? What has even happened here? What are you talking about? Oh, I made the animation player a child of something on accident. Oh, it's getting messy in here. Okay, so no bar is showing up. It's very, very finicky. Easily agitated. And then we're getting the error again. Okay, all right. We've also been instructed before to re-add it in there. Very unexpected problems here. This one guy does say, manually constructing viewport texture, one can simply call viewport.getTexture. Oh, you got the code. Because they were showing it in C#. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know C#. Sprite.texture equals viewport.getTexture. So if I have... Yeah, maybe I'll try that. If this doesn't work, maybe I'll try that. But I can't help but notice that no one in the comment section of the video that we followed, nobody mentions anything. Oh, maybe if it's like not the top level, nobody mentions anything about this problem. Nobody else is having this problem, at least in that video comment section, which makes me think that there's something. Oh man, you may want to read the code he wrote in that Google search. It's the second line, Stack Overflow. My God. This is some engine stuff. This is some engine. Oh, this is Reddit. This is some engine stuff. It's even simpler than nodes. Instead of manually constructing the viewport texture, one can simply call viewport.getTexture to obtain viewport texture instance directly. Create the viewport, add something to it. Okay. Add it to the scene tree. Create a sprite that uses the viewport texture. So we create the sprite. Oh, this is what this is doing. I see. So just do the whole thing in there. I mean, I'll try it. I will try the crap out of it. I will try it right now. Nice. Stormrun, wow. You're so helpful. Okay, so I'll just throw all this in the garbage. I mean, yeah, okay, I'll throw it all in the trash. I'm gonna throw it all in the trash. I'm gonna set the trash can on fire, run away, and blame it on someone else. Like, never happened. What fire? And then I'll add a node. And this will be body HP. Or we'll just say bar HP. Give it a script. Slap it all in there. And then we just have to update some of this to make actual sense. Why does Godot always do this? It never copies it as indents. It's so annoying. We'll get there. So, use tab character for indentation instead of space as used before in the file. Wait, I'm supposed to use spaces? Oh, this one is a space. I see. I'm like, no. That doesn't make sense. Okay, there we go. So, okay. Create the viewport, add something to it, add to the scene tree. So, of course, I need to set these. Where do I set these? I'm confused. Okay. So, yeah, that added something, but it's not in the scene. That definitely did not work. It is creating a sprite 2D. Let's give it a sprite 3D. There it is. Okay, nice. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, it worked. Now I just got to set it to what I want. So instead of creating a label, I'm going to need to define it. I don't really know how to do that for a sprite 3D. I wonder if I can get away with, like, I'm kind of curious. What if I just do a sprite 3D here? What if I just do a sprite 3D here? And it might still be a problem, but I'm kind of curious. If I create a sprite 3D here, and then I set this. Oh, but I have to then do the viewport texture. And I can't find that viewport texture if it doesn't exist. So we have to do it completely in code. Okay. I gotcha. Understood. So I'm going to need to figure out how to set this. So I'm not only label new, or not label new, but sprite 3D new. And then not label text hello world, but however it is you set a sprite 3D texture. So I'm not exactly sure how to adapt this. ChatGPT might be able to fill in these blanks for me. But then I also have to somehow, maybe in get texture here, I'll get the path for the texture. So if I say in UI here, get the health bar. Oh gosh, my internet. I just noticed. Oh no. What the what? Oh gosh. Internet meltdown. There's my kilobits per second in the top right there. Type left. It's supposed to be 15,000 kilobits per second. Sometimes it drops below that. I'll leave it up there so we can all see what's happening. Lately, it's been having like a hiccup and then it goes back to normal very quickly. So I think that might have just been like a short hiccup. I think we're okay. Okay. Stream is good though. All right. Good to know. Add something to viewport. I mean, that's literally the command, is add some. No, that's the function. I see. Okay. Gotcha. I was like, what? So we're in the ready function, setting up this. And so I would guess in here, I want the path. Too many arguments for get texture call. So let's see what that's looking for. Returns the viewport's texture. When trying to store the current texture in a file, it might be completely black or outdated if used too early. So how do I don't know. I don't really know how to use this code. Because I don't know how to reference the health bar. I have no idea. Not a clue. You found click on the texture property, select new viewport texture, and it's like, right. Well, that's for the node, right? That's if we created the nodes. But this is for bypassing creating the nodes. So since we're not creating any nodes, I can't do any of that. That's what I did do before. That was much easier. But we were having all those problems by doing it that way. What is this argument in here? Label. That's the name of the node that it's creating. Okay. But then we've got add child sprite here. I'm so confused. So I guess this is where we do it in here. We do want this to be sprite 3D. But I think this is where we say, second option from this guy is, add a new spatial material instead of shader material to the material property of the sprite 3D. Then you can insert the 2D viewport texture as the albedo texture. That's on that same page. So this is what we want to appear. But I can't just say, I can't just drop the scene in here. Like, that doesn't make sense. I mean, here it's creating a new label, but what would be the new thing that I create? The progress bar? You know, maybe we say health bar. And we say progress bar new. Add child health bar. And then in here, I would set, you searched Godot set sprite 3D texture in Google and clicked on Reddit saying recoloring 3D. Interesting. So I guess I'd want to come to the progress bar here. Yeah, without the D, I figured. And I would want to set the styles individually. This is a mess. But I guess it's interesting. So I need to somehow figure out how to set a progress bar style in code. GDScript set progress bar style. So we have to create a new style box, but I want it to be a file. Are you able to change render mode from blend disabled to blend mixed? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about before when it was nodes or now? Because if you mean now, I mean, I don't even, where that would be okay. I mean, if that was like before when we had the nodes, I could look for that. But now that there's no nodes, I mean, don't really know how to apply that information. Specifically the file. Because, I mean, I'm not going to design the whole thing in code. Like, that's monstrous. Tennessee Reddit post about recoloring. I feel like that's a whole other thing. Like, I don't think that's actually what I need. I'm past that part. Because the sprite 3D is being rendered here. What I need to do is I need to add the progress bar and then have that progress bar know that it should be what this is. Somehow it needs to know that that it's supposed to be this. And this is something that I've saved as an instant scene, but that doesn't really mean anything now that we're setting this up in this different way. Unless there's some way, so here's another idea I have. It's okay. The other idea I have is if I indeed instantiate it. So instantiate a child scene, get the HP bar. So there's the HP bar. And it might have signals that I could use. Maybe. I have no idea. Emitted when the canvas item must redraw after, yeah. Yeah, I just don't know how to apply this. I mean, I can try asking ChatGPT, but unless someone knows how to do this, it's tricky. How can I have function add something to viewport, add a file, add a progress bar scene, I don't know, in the following code? I don't even know how to ask it, really. Just say fix it, yeah. I've added a progress bar to the viewport and set some properties for customization. You sure you should do that? I don't... Right, but where do I put the file in there? Label text loading? What the hell are you doing? You getting creative? ChatGPT? You don't understand what I'm saying. No. I want to point the function to a specific health bar that I already made. It's making its own game now. I know. Set up the specific health bar or customize it further. Set an initial value for the specific health bar. What are you talking about? Oh, it doesn't understand. I wonder if it understands it was yelled at. If it does, it doesn't care. Alright, I'm gonna do it over. How can I add an existing progress bar to the add something to viewport function? The existing progress bar is an instanced scene in the node tree. How can I point to it specifically? Like, it's going to have to leave a blank for me because it doesn't know what the name of it is. To add an existing progress bar to sub-viewport, then use the texture of the viewport sprite that you can make the following modifications. Might want to specify Godot. Maybe. Sometimes. Usually it'll say something like, I'm assuming you're using a specific game engine. Although I don't know what it is. When you call add something to viewport, it'll create a new instance of progress bar and a sub viewport. What? Did you change the code at all? Besides just annotating it? I don't understand what's different about this. Variable health bar, progress bar. Declare health bar as a member variable. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So then how do I do that? And then what they're doing is they're saying, but I don't want to just create a new, I do want to create a new one, but I want it to be a specific one. Is the thing. So what if I make it an export variable? And then we click on here and I assign it to this. Wait. Wait. No, it's not doing it. It's not doing it. It's not doing it. It is definitely not doing it. So what it's doing is something very else. Because this is already just in the scene. It's just already in the scene. And that big gray box should be gone. So, I mean, if I put this in the scene, it's going to appear, which isn't really what I want. I don't know how to do this. This is so frustrating. I hate this. Why can't it just work as it was supposed to? Oh, man. Why does it look like that? This is messy. Because I don't want this to appear separately. Like, I don't even need this script, right? Like, I could detach this script entirely. And if I hit play, it's going to appear in the center like that anyway, right? It's just not in the game. But if I have that script attached, it's just adding this gray crap on here that doesn't have anything appearing in it whatsoever. There's no health bar appearing in there. Even if I set it here, but even if that did work, suppose that even did work. Number one, what are we going to do about all this gray crap? And number two, how would I even hide this which is already there? It just, like, doesn't make sense. So, as much as I want this to work, GDScript add progress bar to sub viewport in code. I could also look at a different tutorial, but I still don't understand why the other one didn't work. I'm kind of determined to try it again. Like, get this script out of here. Get all this out of here. Put this in the garbage. Because, I mean, it works for, like, a little bit. It's just, like, unstable, which isn't good. I'm trying it again. I'm not giving up. Sub viewport. Add an instance to that of the health bar. Come over here, turn off 3D. Give it a transparent background. Let's not do update mode for now. Add a sprite 3D. And have the sprite 3D be pointing at the viewport. It appears. It's there. Hit play. All is well. No problems. Everybody's happy. It works. Things are good. Life is good. Now let's start making some changes and see if it remains good. You know, even if this works out, I'm still going to be very uncomfortable knowing that things could go wrong. Now this is way too big, and I want to shrink it down. And maybe that's where I start running into issues. Right? Because we see that get size thing in the error. But what about anything else? Let's say I leave, I do something else in my life. I don't know. Whatever. I click around, I live life. We come back here. We look at it. Is it now broken? It is! All I did was leave and come back. And I, like, changed something completely unrelated. And now it's broken. And nobody in the comment section of that video had this issue, just me. Viewport texture must be set to use it. And now it's not saying get size, it's just saying, or maybe it is. Yeah, it's still saying get size. So, I mean, if I just look away from it and come back, it breaks. It's just very unstable. Evidently. Which is very irritating. And I don't really know what to do about it. You know, I guess I have questions like what if I were to not instance this? Like, what if I were to create something fresh in here? Just like a label. Hello, words. Okay, reset the viewport texture. That's sub-viewport. It does not appear yet. Oh, well, it is kind of up in the top somewhere. But do we still get the same error? We do. It's just like, I mean, obviously I would just use like a label 3D in that instance. Oh my gosh. This should not be so complicated. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to find the best way to do this. You know, I could try some other tutorial. I'm still very confused why nobody else would report this problem in that video. A few people pointed out I misunderstood the role of setting the viewport path of a viewport texture. Apparently this functionality is just used internally by the editor and not the way you're supposed to connect a viewport texture with a viewport programmatically. Trying to create a sub-viewport in combination with the viewport texture programmatically. Right, so I don't get the get height, get width. Right, my error is get size. I'm guessing that you have added a viewport as a child of the root sprite 2D. I did not do that. So maybe I just need a different tutorial. Maybe this tutorial is not the right tutorial. Maybe I'm looking at a bad tutorial all along. Godot progress bar 3D. Like maybe I just need a different tutorial. This one is 30 minutes. I cannot imagine 30 minutes are necessary to explain this.
Alright, welcome back.
But let's see what we can find. This is
3D
new game dev.
billboarded, if you like, progress bar for Godot 4. There are lots of solutions for doing this in Godot 3, but we want one for Godot 4, so we can have some fun. And we'll be able to
Oh, this volume is
slice foam and
terrible.
even make it glow if you want to.
Maybe the information is
So this
good,
tutorial is
though.
going to be based on this existing plugin. It's in the asset library already for a 3D progress bar. This has been one,
A
up to a number of
plugin?
tutorials have used the viewport workaround. I've tried that in Godot 4, and maybe it's just me, but it seemed like a pain and it wasn't too friendly anyway. So what I'm going to do is adapt this plugin for Godot 4. And there's a link to the Git as well. So it's based on this.
Alright, I don't love the idea of using a plugin. Weird viewport thing. Yeah. Okay, I mean, that's an option. Two possibilities. Sprite 3D. In both cases, sub-viewport is a huge overkill and should not be used. So it seems like that tutorial led us wrong somehow. Control nodes work in the same way in 2D and 3D. You don't need a sub-viewport. I tried adding progress bar, but it doesn't show up. When you click on progress bar, it automatically takes you to the 2D screen. None of these are really answering the question. I'm so confused by how, like, somehow complicated this is. You know, in something like Unreal Engine, super easy. Truly. Wow. Apparently, I'm asking something difficult. A MOBA health bar. Yeah, that would be... Right, that's a very obvious application. You have the node texture progress, which can be used as a health bar. Right, but how does it appear in 3D? So, I mean... But that's still not in 3D. I mean, really, we could just say Godot UI or control UI in 3D. Like any of that. Any of those. This should be easier. Yeah.
Hi, Matt here.
It sure
While
should
making
be.
my VR Capture the Flag game, I've encountered a major roadblock with the game engine of my choosing, namely Godot. And I'll tell you all about it, but first let me set the scene. My players somehow need to connect to it. For HUD elements, it's still in 2D. Second result.
So this is like more of an
Demo
entertainment
scene for
video,
Godot
like a
3
devlog.
written in GD script by porting the GD script to C# and without making a huge viewport, I'll have to implement addition just fine with.
So that's not...
I've got some good news.
No,
And
no. Young man. I'm in the middle of
Matt here.
something.
Component and resize the quad and collider engine to be more popular because got to a point that I'm just fine. And that seems to be doable. Would be making adventures and other related topics. Like, share and subscribe. My social links are in the description. Sub viewport. I run it and it works. Perfect. So I in every time I need a new UI. I think I can do better. So I started off by porting the GD script to C# and changing some methods to work in Godot 4. I run it and it works. Perfect. Now for the improvements. I want
What?
teams. Let's take a look at the demo scene again. The code seems
So we're...
third result. Reddit post pointing to the second result. Fourth result. Again, not what I needed. Fifth result, pointing again to the second result. Alright, I see the pattern. Let's take a look at the demo scene again. The code seems fairly straightforward, but the component itself it's not really reusable. I'd need to recreate the scene every time I need a new UI. I think I can do better. So I started off by porting the Godot script to C# and changing some methods to work in Godot 4.
I was at a
run it and
tutorial.
it works.
I changed things and it worked. That's not a tutorial.
Work as it does. Admit the code has some issues. If I want a big
This is not helping me. User interface in 3D. Oh, I like this person. Now, this is from 2020. So, you know, I don't know. We'll see.
How's it going, guys? So today we're gonna go over
If it worked in 2020, it's got to work now, right?
2D UI in 3D space. It's pretty cool. You can use this for a lot of things, like, you know, like that. Let's get to it. Alright, guys. First of all,
Oh, not music.
I have a basic world.
Oh my god.
collision shade,
It's music.
floor
I
and
can't.
walls.
So I'm just gonna do subtitles.
Create a UI.
Okay, so create the UI. There's the UI. Creating a new 3D scene. Oh, the spatial. Didn't someone say that? Didn't one of y'all say that? Somewhere someone said that. So, I mean, but they just... that must be old. That must be an old 2020 thing. That's just an old our version of Godot situation. That's why it's called spatial. Add a viewport. They're not adding a sub viewport. They're just adding a regular viewport. And they're adding it in as a child. Now, interestingly, they're setting it the size the same. And get size was the error. So, I mean, maybe part of the issue is that it needs to know the size it's supposed to be. And it like causes an error if it isn't set to exactly the right size. Now, this person is using just a regular viewport. They're adding a mesh in there, not a sprite 3D. Specifically, a quad mesh. They're giving it a skeleton. This is wild. And they're adding a albedo texture. Maybe. Make it a new viewport texture. I mean, this is pretty ridiculous. And also, what's the rest of this video? Why is there more video if that's all you gotta do? Oh man. Yeah, this is messy. This is as messy as it gets. Not a sub viewport. We're not interested. That may be the only option. That is, so it is the same thing. Sub viewport is an old version of it. Now this person is doing a ton of other steps. Oh my gosh. Add in. It's frustrating. I'm clearly frustrated. And it's frustrating because it just seems like it should be a lot simpler. This is definitely a disadvantage when it comes to using an engine like Godot. For sure. Is weird little problems like this. Things that aren't implemented natively well. I mean, there's a label 3D, right? Which can be in 3D space easily. And it's a label, and you can put text on it. But with the progress bar and a lot of the other UI elements, there is no 3D counterpart. And so it gets kind of complicated trying to add all this in like this. Well, I'm determined to keep making the same mistake, but try something a little different. The size thing is interesting to me, especially since get size is the error. I mean, I don't know why I think I'm going to solve this when so many other people were having the problem. And everyone's saying sub viewport shouldn't be used for this. Shouldn't be used for this. Like, okay. All right. Now, in this other tutorial, the person set the size of the viewport to the same size as the control node. Here we have it 512 by 512. The control node size, I'm not sure exactly where to find that. Is it this? 224 by 27? 224 by 27. That certainly fits a lot better in there. Actually, that's not good because it's cutting off all the rest of it. So that's only looking at the gradient portion, not the whole thing. So that's an issue. Hey, Pepe, you're back. The group combined autism and an ADD took us to weird games, and you closed the stream at some point. I don't know that I understand that sentence, but welcome back. And welcome back, Psychonic. It's, you know, I'm actually pretty frustrated right now. So what I wanted to do was create a health bar that follows along with the character in 3D space. Apparently, this is just like a very difficult thing to do in Godot. So I'm having a few problems with that. So there was a way to do it, and it works a little bit, and then it doesn't. And we get this error that the internet does not seem to be very helpful in resolving. So I'll show you the way that works before it stops working. So I've created this health bar, and I've saved it as a scene. And it's chilling over here, minding its business, living its life. I am making the health bar instance scene a child of this sub viewport over here, which is what a tutorial told me to do. And then I use a sprite 3D to point to that sub viewport as its texture. Now, if I run this, well, it's already broken. And this is the ultimate error that we get Yeah, of course I did, Pepe. Well, you don't know Godot, so that makes sense. And honestly, even if you did know Godot, this might still lose you. So we get this error, get size, viewport texture must be set to use it. Okay. So I'm gonna just get rid of this. Why does it need to be a viewport? I don't know. Do you know another way to do it? If you know another way to do it, I want to know. I don't know why it has to be a viewport. So I want it to be in 3D space, right? I want it to be just like we have. So it's easy with the numbers. The numbers, it's super easy. It's super easy, right? Because there's the label 3D node. So the numbers can appear in 3D space with no problem because there's an actual node in Godot designed for this being in 3D. My 2 cents, very appropriate. Sprite 3D is the simplest solution. So then, if I say Sprite 3D, and that's interesting. So could I set, so how would I set that HP bar that I had made earlier to be the texture? I feel like I would need to have it be in some form that the Sprite 3D can recognize, right? And viewport texture is one of the things it can see. So I think that's why viewport texture is what some people are trying, because it is one of these options. And like, I guess I could not have my health bar be what it is. Try a VP texture. Well, yeah, that's okay. So that's what, so let me show you what happens though. Let me show you what happens. So if I create a viewport, but are you saying, well, I still have questions about that. If I create the sub viewport and I add the scene with the health bar in there, set it to transparent, turn off 3D for it, since it's going to be 2D in the scene, even though it's in 3D space. And then I add a Sprite 3D. Again, this is me following a tutorial. That almost works. And in Sprite 3D, I set the texture, viewport texture, to that sub viewport. Now it appears. Now if I hit play, well, sometimes we get this where it's not actually appearing, and we get the error. Set up local to scene. Path to node is invalid. Sub viewport. Don't even understand that. It's I get these inconsistent errors frequently. And this isn't even the problem that I usually have. It's just like, it's like different all the time. This is a totally different problem than the one that I was having. Path to node is invalid. It's very confusing. So in that way, you know, I am using the Sprite 3D in part. But this worked for a little bit. I don't know why it's not even working for a little bit now. But it's got me fuming. It's got me a little frustrated. Instance, the HP bar. Transparent. add the sprite 3D. Set it to the viewport. There it appears. Wow, and immediately the bug. I mean, I will just show you. At this point, it's so inconsistent every time. The best I can do is show you how it did happen previously. Man, I've been burning so much time on this. Anyway, can you position it on top of the player character? Oh, yeah. Like that. Just move it up. Yeah, absolutely. It's not appearing. I see why you want this. Yeah, so you can tell. But it isn't showing up. Can also be a problem with backface culling. What does that mean? That's interesting. So I had gotten many versions of it to work. So here you can see it's in the scene. It's working. No problems. And this was doing sub-viewport. And then when I clicked away and came back, it stopped working. And now I just get like, I'm getting a whole new error. So here's a version of it working, right? Where all I did was create, why do you get damage from the floor? He doesn't get damage from the floor. The obstacles are what damage him. The floor does not damage him. So this we had sub viewport is double E's. That was a high five. I wasn't smacking myself in the face, I promise. Sub viewport with a body HP bar child and then sprite 3D nearby. And it worked here. I was able to move around and all that stuff. But then if I clicked away, so all I did was I clicked away to a different scene and then I came back and it was broken and we got the error. And that was the only thing that changed. One of the tutorials had the sub viewport as a child of the sprite. I'll try it. Bumbo Rush, yep. So, I'm willing to try that. I'll try anything. It feels like such a simple thing that I'd like to achieve here. And it's very frustrating. Yeah. Especially frustrating is that it's not consistent. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. Like, why? How is that okay? Nothing. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. So, I mean, I feel like this whole process, this approach, is just flawed. And so some of the research that Stormrun and I had done pointed to this being like, well, that you just shouldn't use sub-viewports this way. And then there's also this whole conversation about this being a bug, but then some people are saying it's not a bug. Scenes with viewport shows this error even though the viewport textures are set and working in materials. Now this one leaves out the get size part. So for whatever that's worth. And set the update mode to always to fix the problem. I mean, I'll do it, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't fix it. Render target, update mode always. Don't think that's going to make a difference. Still not there. It's just finicky. And so the tutorial that I followed was this one here.
Hello. Today
And so it had us create
we can change the color.
the progress bar.
We will add a sub-viewport as a child and instantiate the health bar as a child.
So we make the sub viewport. We
We will select
instantiate
transparent
the
BG to
health
make the
bar.
background transparent. And disable 3D, since what we are displaying is only 2D. Finally, we will add a sprite 3D.
Add the sprite 3D. And it's weird
Under
because
texture, we will select viewport texture and select our viewport.
no one in the comments of this video.
Under flags, under billboard, we will check enabled.
Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, let me try that. I missed a whole step. Oh God, please just let that be it. Oh, I wouldn't be mad at myself at all. And the sprite 3D flags billboard enabled. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. It certainly is worth trying. And that is in what now? Flags? Billboard enabled. Oh my God, please just let that be the problem. Okay. So it's still not working. Cool, 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 cool. To be fair, this isn't the setup. That must be it. I don't know. I'm going to reset it all up again. God, I hope that's it. I hope I just overlooked that one thing. Maybe there's another thing to overlook that I need to unoverlook. Is there a possibility that the bar exists, but it's just in the wrong place? Like the anchors are off somehow. Yeah, that could be. That could be. I did have to mess with that more than I wanted to, and I don't know how to fix it. It's in the center. The anchor started out over to the side, but I can't seem to undo it and put the anchor back where it was without undoing more than I want. So there's where it was. But you can see now the scale is off. If I reset the scale, that kind of recenters it. I guess I could reload the texture since I've already saved it. Okay, that didn't fix that. So I guess all I have to do here is paste the color. And then I wanted the background to be different. It just kind of like undid a bunch of stuff. But if that, maybe that makes a difference, because that was something that was different. That is something that was different. Make this bright, a little transparent. Make this dark. Oh, but see, then I moved it already. Dang it. Because I got the cursor selected. It's so annoying. And then the anchor is still in the center there. I don't even know. I thought I knew maybe how to change that, but I don't know that I actually do. Right, so I wanted to invert this. It just all feels very frustrating. Okay. Oh, oh. Instead of black, I want this to be bright. Instead of white, I want this to be black. I don't remember what it looked like. I could look back at the video to see what it used to look like and base it on that. Okay, so coming back to the alien. Add sub viewport. Instance the HP bar. Turn off 3D. Give it a transparent background. Add a sprite 3D. Set it to have the sub viewport texture. Give it a flag. Billboard enabled. And I would move it, my 2 cents, but honestly I'm afraid to move it. But it's not there. So if I jump, it should appear. It's gone. So that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough to fix it. It was exciting for a moment that maybe that would fix it. But it doesn't. And the behavior is just completely different than it was before.
We'll go back to our health bar and set its value to 100, so it will be whole. We'll need to remove the health bar and add it again to have the value be 100.
I mean, even in the tutorial, it acknowledges how bizarre it is. Because it, like, gives you this white box and you have to replace it. I don't know about that. That doesn't happen to me. But
every time you leave the screen and come back, you will see a box of the model rather than the life bar. Don't worry, the life bar will show correctly when you run the scene, but you can reset the texture in the Sprite 3D to see the life bar in the editor again. We'll add a script to the scene. We'll make a function called takeDamage that will take a variable holding the damage amount.
so then it's just going to talk about setting up the health bar. So I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. Because I can't even get it to work in the basic level that it was earlier. For some reason. So, and you know, trying to do any research on this just brings me to dead end after dead end. You got something show up on your end. Did you try restarting Godot? I did not try restarting Godot. Actually, that is not something I've not tried that. I have not tried that. But you've got me excited. And that's okay. It's okay to be disappointed. I'm so frustrated with this because it's like, I don't know. I don't know what I expected. I expected to have more time for setting up other things. They're starting off and on again. Yeah. So you say you got it set up on your end? Now, have you tried clicking away and coming back? I know that sounds weird, but like literally going to a different scene, doing a different task, coming back. That's what messed it up. Because it was working fine. I did something else and I came back, and then it was messed up. It was like unrelated. You know, I could try remaking the HP bar. It's working for you? Okay, so, I mean, and also thinking about the tutorial. So the tutorial, let's just make a new scene. Let's just start from scritchety scratch. The tutorial itself told me to make a 2D scene. Change its type to a progress bar. Health bar 2.0. Yeah, whatever. No points. Sorry. Health bar 2. I'm not going to worry about styling it too much. We'll just put it in there. Okay. So we do see the anchors in a different place, so that's something. I also need an HP bar in 3D for my game, so I'm invested in this. Okay, alright, let's go. So when I center it, there it goes, the anchors in the center. So that's all the same. I'm not going to add anything else to it, honestly. I'm just going to save it like this. So if I hit save, we're going to go to UI health. That's my existing health bar. We'll save this new one. Now I'm going to come back to the alien. Now this is also an instanced scene, for whatever that's worth. So the alien here, this is an instance, which, I mean, if you have, that should be okay, right? And I wouldn't even be surprised. Yeah, so is in this tutorial. Instant scene. So same thing. Nothing weird there. Alright, so I'm going to add a sub viewport in here. And then we just add an instance of the health bar. So that's the new one. It's in there now. We're going to turn off 3D. Turn off transparent background. And then we're going to create a sprite 3D. Set the sprite 3D to be the viewport texture. And then give it a flag enabled. And it's not working. Do you have a plan to have different health bar for each body part? No. So the plan is, and this is what I was going to do next week, but now I'm like, do I have to do this next week? No, what's going to happen is the body parts we've decided are going to shrink. So that the body is going to have one, it's going to have that singular health bar on there. And it's going, I mean, assuming I can get it to work. And that's going to decrease whenever your body takes damage. Because you only die if the body dies. So the limbs can die and you can still keep playing. So I realized I don't really necessarily need to give them their own health bars. And so instead what's going to happen is they're going to get smaller. So next week what I'm going to do is I'm going to do shape keys in Blender. And then we're going to animate into those shape keys every time we take damage. So, you know, we can sort of imagine what that would be like, you know, even now. If I come into each body part and you know, modify its size. I wouldn't shrink it quite like that. I would do it, where was it that we were doing it? Oh, the bones. I was making the bones smaller. Oh, we're gonna die. Oh, we survived. So, right, so if I scale down the bones, ideally of an arm that still exists, this arm still exists. So you can see it gets nice and tiny. And so it's just going to shrink down like that as the arms take damage until they're invisible. That's the idea. And then we could do the same thing with the body too, even. We do the same thing with the legs. Yeah, so it'll be more of a visual thing, seeing it shrink down and seeing them get smaller. And they'll be less useful as time goes on as well. So it's a more immersive aspect for that. And then I'm going to set those up in Blender. So that's how it's going to work. I don't know why this health bar doesn't work. I feel like this method doesn't work somehow, for some reason. What's most appalling to me is that it did work. And Psychonic, you're saying that it worked for you. My Godot version. Oh, maybe I'm not in the latest Godot. I actually might not be in the latest Godot. Oh, let that be it. I'm on 4.1.1. I feel like there's an update. What's your Godot version? I'll update it right now. I don't give a heck. I'll update it right now. I don't care. Where's we right off the bat? You're on 4.2. Let's go. Let's update it. No questions asked. Next step. How do you update it? You just download a new one. I knew that. Save it. Close it. Let's go. I don't care. I'll do it right now. I forgot that I had it updated. I forgot. Good call. Let's try it. What if it just works? I mean, it seems like I'm only a little concerned that it won't make much of a difference. And did you follow... So, like, what did you do? Yeah, let's hope. What did you do different than what this person does? So there's a link in the chat there. And they start doing the most relevant stuff. I mean, kind of around 2 minutes, 30 seconds. They have this chapter here. Adding a sub-viewport. Did you do exactly that same thing? You don't have to look into it if you don't want to, but I'd be curious. You made a sprite 3D sub-viewport, instantiated your progress bar scene, hooked up the references, and it just worked. Just the same thing. Wow. Okay. Dang. All right, let's see. I like how you don't have to update anything. You just download the new one. Yeah, I would like you to just open the same one. I know you should back it up. All right, I'll back it up. I'll back it up. I'll do it. I'm sure it's fine. Oh yeah, if Git. That's true. So let's say saving before new version of Godot. In the middle of setting up a 3D HP bar. Trying new version to see if it helps solve weird issues. All right. My goodness. Here's hoping. I don't know. I'm not optimistic, but I'm willing to be excited. I'm willing to embrace the newness of success and move forward with achieving the goals as laid out in the almighty hack and plan. All right. This project uses meshes with an outdated mesh format. Check the output log. From previous Godot versions, the engine needs to update the format in order to use those meshes. Please use the Upgrade Mesh Surfaces tools from Project Tools menu. You can ignore this and use outdated meshes, but keep in mind that this leads to increased load times every time you load the project. Okay. Alright. I'll do it. Project Tools, Upgrade Mesh Surfaces. Tools, tools, tools. Project, not project settings. Project Tools, Upgrade Mesh Surfaces. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The mesh format has changed in Godot 4.2, which affects both imported meshes and meshes authored inside of Godot. The engine needs to update the format in order to use those meshes. If your project predates Godot 4.2 and contains meshes, we recommend you run this one-time conversion tool. This update will restart the editor and may take several minutes. Upgrading will make the meshes incompatible with previous versions of Godot. You can still use your existing meshes as is. The engine will update each mesh in memory, but the update will not be saved. Choosing this option will lead to slower load times every time the project is loaded. Oh my god. It'll be fine. 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 Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this update. I gotta use the loop. It'll make me happier. Keep an eye on that progress, because it's all there is to look at right now. So just make sure it behaves. Make sure, just be good. Be good. Oh, that's a lot of messages. Okay. But they're yellow messages. Please is a chair again. Please is a chair again. All right. Thank you for keeping an eye on it. Appreciate it. Invalid UID. Using text path instead. Okay. Is my game broken? Is it broken? That's all I want to know. Is it broken yes? Or is it broken no? Broken yes, broken no. Broken yes, broken no. I will say, it took a lot longer to load than usual. Oh, I'm dropping frames? Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright. The animation is different. The blending on the arms So, an extra psychonic, I feel like you had me set that up. Something changed, I guess, in how the animation player blend numbers are set up. It broke, oh god. So I'm not exactly sure what that's about. Oh no! It reset all the colors, so the teeth and the mouth aren't there. This is what kills projects for me, but I believe in you, Lise. Let's try the health bar for now. Okay. Yeah, right? Oh man. It's all in good fun. Alright. Health bar. Oh look, the colors are still the same in here. What? What if I save it and restart it? If it doesn't work, we can roll back. I don't want to roll back. That's so boring. I want to be new. I want to be modern. I want to be 2024. Okay, well that fixed the colors on the face, at least. Just the animations. Everything is like taking longer to load. It's really weird. Up here. Stream is dead? I don't think it is. Sometimes my internet gets goofy, but I think it was okay. I think it was okay. My kilobits per second, that is to say, how fast the stream is coming to you, is up there. And it should be at 15,000 plus or minus 2,000. And I think it's pretty stable right now. But if it drops below that, but thanks for letting me know. If it drops below that, you might notice some kind of change. But I didn't notice it have a problem. Anyway, adding a sub viewport. Got a sub viewport. Let's instantiate the health bar. Come back over here to the sub viewport. Turn off 3D. Make transparent. Add a sprite 3D. And have that sprite 3D point to the sub viewport. And set a flag to have it enabled. Okay, it's working. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, this is good. At least I can get this far. At least I can get this far. Hallelujah. Christmas miracle. Okay. Okay. There's still one more test. There's still one more test. If I click away, goddess forbid, if I click away, go to a different scene, click some things, and I come back, is it okay? It's still there, and if I hit play, does it still work? It broke. You see? This is it. This is the problem. This was the problem I was trying to show you earlier. Caught in 4K. No glitches. It has to be a bug. Right. I should clip it. Wow. And so now what the debugger is going to say is get size, viewport texture must be set to use it. And you know, if we look this up, it's going to say it's like a false thing. And there's going to be all kinds of these reports about it being a bug. But then there's like some reports that say it's not a bug. You're not supposed to use the viewport this way. So like, I don't even know what the issue is anymore. Yeah, it has to be a bug, right? Because we click away and then come back. This get size is just a consequence of the previous error, I'm pretty sure. That's interesting. So Psychonic, why aren't you having that error? And also, why are the arms flying that way? You're not having that error, and I just don't understand. Like, a part of me wants to say, well, maybe there's something else going on in the project that somehow leads to that. You know, maybe it's that it's connected to Blender somehow. I don't know. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because that would be all these yellow things. And we're not even messing with these yellow things. So why would that even be related? Oh, and then you can see in the main scene, it's not appearing in there anymore. Super weird. What's with the arms flailing? Why is that happening? So I believe we set up the animations over here. Psychonic has an idea. So if in the animation player, have the viewport as a child of the sprite 3D, then create a script on the sprite 3D. Oh, so that was another thing. Oh, by the way, so there was a workaround that someone talked about, which is instead of using nodes, using a script to put it all together. But I didn't know how to add the previously saved HP bar scene. I didn't know how to add that in via code. Not that that's not, maybe that's what you're gonna, I don't know what you're going for, but that did remind me that we could try setting up, instead of adding the nodes in the scene tree manually, we could do it through code. But I'm just not sure to do that. That's what a Reddit thread and a YouTube video led me to believe. Okay. I wonder if some of the like loop, if we just need to add those like arguments on there. Basically setting the texture in code instead of the UI. All right, so let's I'll do that. I'll do that. You can load a predefined scene using load. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, let's try it. And it's hard to know like at what level that's going to need to happen. Like, do we need to instantiate or create the sub viewport encode? Create the sprite 3D encode? Or is it just that scene needing to go in there? Okay, let's see what Psychonic has. I'm all for it. If you're here for it, I'm here for it. Have the viewport as a child of the sprite 3D. So we're gonna start fresh once again. Sprite 3D. And we're gonna make the viewport a child of that. Setting the texture in code. Then create a script on the sprite 3D. I'm gonna use an existing script and just change it. Oh, I guess I didn't save it somewhere nice. I guess it's just in here. There it is. Okay. So this is going to extend from sprite 3D and the progress bar under the viewport as usual. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know how to do this. So would I just say, add it as usual? What do I put in the script? Setting the texture in code instead of the UI. How do I do that? Okay, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Function ready. Okay, I'm lost again. I need my hand held. What a ride. What a wild, wild ride. So, we're saying, is that like a variable? Might be outdated. I guess I don't need to declare it as a variable. Might be outdated. In the meantime, I'm gonna try to puzzle out that animation issue. Play. So this was string name, custom blend, custom speed, from end, Boolean false. I feel like it's like doing something backwards that it wasn't doing before. For some reason. Maybe it needs the rest of these declared. So that might be correct. And then what do I do with it? I'm just like, it's up to date. But there's still more, right? Try just that. Fix the typo in texture. Okay. But it doesn't, how does it know what the texture is? So I mean, I can't just try this. Nothing is defined anywhere? Sorry, I know chat's in the way there. Add the progress bar node under the viewport. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, interesting. Okay. Gotcha. Nice. It's getting from the viewport code instead of from the editor. Nice. So, I do have to make sure I mark some of these things. It's working so far. It's working so far. Very nice. Now, what if I do the monstrous thing of clicking away? Don't click away. Just never click away. Sorry, you can't click away anymore. Clicking away is not allowed. You're done with clicking away. If you want this to work, you just have to stay here forever. And that's it. I will be clicking away. This is your life for eternity now. Never turn off the computer. You're stuck in this scene. Period. We have to make the entire game from this one position. Or we could tempt fate. We could roll the dice. I'm rolling. I've clicked, tapping something, I'm coming back, and I'm pressing play. Dude, it's a bug. It's a bug. Attach it in code, no more bug. Look at that celebration. What? Let's freaking go. Dang. Okay. All right. So say I want to, I don't know, move it like somewhere else. Now we don't get to see a preview of it. Small price to pay. Push it back. Very nice. I did want it to be smaller. Am I allowed to shrink it down? I guess you can set it in the editor. It shouldn't matter that much. I don't know. I don't know. It sounds dangerous. Add the add tool keyword. It should allow you to see the effects in the editor. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. First of all, let's make sure it's not semi-broken. Okay, looks good. Add the at tool keyword. Where? Just like in general? Just like, boop. Must be the top of the script before extends. Oh. Hey, what's up, Jeebus? Yeah, okay. All right. It's, I would describe it as not visible. Reload the scene. All right. I can do that. I can do that. Let's go! Nice. Geniuses. We're surrounded by geniuses. I'm gonna do the terrifying thing of resizing it. See if that causes chaos. No chaos. Health bar. Oh my gosh. Now my running is still all messed up, but that's okay. So just don't, I'm just saying that so you don't judge that animation. Okay. Wow. It appears. At long last. The flailing is back for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It seems like it's not... like, it's just like, well, now the next problem. There's a few things that are happening. It's kind of like this weird texture loading, like tearing that's happening. Animated inside Godot. I did. Do you see this, like, weird render thing happening? There's a lot of strange problems. It's like whenever the, like... So basically what happened, if you didn't see, I updated or I loaded this project in 4.2 for the first time. But do you see this, like, weird, like, tearing that's happening on this texture? There's just a lot of, like, mysterious things happening. Yeah, so I animated it inside of Godot. There's our animation player. If I play it here, there's the walk loop, or the run loop. And there's the walk loop. They look okay. And then if I come look at the script where we had this set up, I can't believe it's just onto another thing. It's so real in game dev sometimes. Great. Solved a problem. Spending 2 hours working on it. Now there's a new problem. Got to deal with that. Over on the player, we've got... So this did not cause issues previously. We've got the play method playing the animation with a blend of 1 second, I think, right? It takes 1 second to blend between the ones it blends between. I will say, is the animation also borked when you view it in the animation player? It's not. Now, I don't know how to blend between animations in the animation player. Right? So, I mean, I can play one animation at a time here. And, I mean, there are the transition settings here. You know, and we tried to use this, was it last week when I started setting that up? But it wasn't working properly, so we did it in code, and that's why it is in code. The run specifically. So there's the run, looping. Very neatly, I would say. None of that is... I wasn't sure if maybe this was still set up somehow. So they look quite good to me here. And so what I wasn't sure is if maybe we need to clarify more arguments with the play method. If you force a re-import for the blend file, would that break the animations? It should not, no. So if I force it, I would just open up Blender and save the file again. But no, that shouldn't break anything. We've at least in the last version attempted to set it up so nothing breaks. So I'm just gonna hit save. Godot will re-import it. And everything should be fine. Let's hit play. We're falling in a hole. Still all flippy dippy. And it seems to be... I mean, it's like not even blending. I remember this happening last time. And this happened when we did it outside of code. There's also some errors. Oh man, new version. It's messy. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I mean, I almost need a whole live stream for fixing this. Yeah, I'm still going. I am. It's you know, it's been better. Uh, basically, I wanted to just set up a health bar that's in 3D space, and that was almost fine, and then it wasn't. And then Psychonic Joe suggested I try the new version of Godot to see if that fixes it, and it did fix it. And now I'm contending with all the changes that come with the new version of Godot. Namely, there's weird, like... Maybe I could try force importing it here too, but there's some weird, like, tearing that's happening on some of these textures that wasn't there before, which is strange. But specifically, the animation blending between walk and run is all goofy, and it wasn't goofy. So I'm kind of exploring that. I also have all these interesting errors that I didn't have before. Actually, now those errors are gone. The fix was probably because of the code part. I think it would have worked in the old version anyway. So you're saying, oh, there's the errors. Now they're coming. I don't even know what these are, but these are new. So yeah, new version of Godot. Proving to be an interesting thing. Proving to be an interesting thing. The errors appear when you fall and die. They do? Good catch. Oh, you're right. Nice, thank you. I appreciate your 2 cents. I don't have you in credits, but I need to get you in the credits list. Wow, so it does happen. Wow. I guess decide if updating is worth it. I mean, yeah, right? Like, it's tough because it's fixing something that I needed fixed. So, like, that's worth it. In general, I want to update to new versions. You know, I mean, this isn't like a years-long project with like a publisher due date writing on it. You know, so it's like, I feel like it's worth getting into. Just a reminder that what fixed the issue is setting the texture through code, not 4.2. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. I totally forgot. How did I forget? You see my brain? Do you see my brain? It's too forgetful. Wow, we literally just went through all of this. Yes, the setting the texture through code is what fixed it, not 4.2. 4.2 has only caused me problems. It has only caused me problems. So that does raise a good question of whether or not it's worth it. Yeah, so that's what Psychonic was saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like I should go back to the old version. But who wants to be on an old version? I got decisions to make. I got decisions to make. This has been a tough one. This has been a tough one today. I mean, so, there's a good case to be made that if you start building a game, even at this early stage, in one version of an engine, it's better to stay in that version than upgrade. I think that's a fair argument. Long projects should go through the trouble of upgrading versions, but short projects have no need for fancy new features. It's a good point. It's probably not 4.2 itself, but the part where it updated the meshes, which you can choose not to do. Right, all it did was add longer load times. All right. So what if... That's a great theory. So what if I grab that script, put it on my clipboard, let's shut it down. And we're gonna say, save before reverting back to old Godot version. That's a great way to describe it, Pierogi. Long projects should go through it, but short projects don't need the new features. It's interesting. We'll retry upgrading after not upgrading meshes or whatever. All right, commit that. Go to history, revert that save. Open the new version again. Now it says that it's made in an old version. Open that. And it's going to ask me to do that, and we're going to say no. We're not going to do the mesh upgrade. See what happens. It's a great thought. I hadn't considered that we could make that option or do that option. Now it's not even asking me this time, which is weird. Wait, why didn't it even ask me? Oh wait, and it's still flippy dippy. And now I've got all kinds of different errors. What? I wonder if GitHub somehow didn't revert it all the way, and it didn't need to upgrade the meshes because they were already upgraded. Oh, I'm so confused. There were some glitches before as well. This is actually the old glitch, I think. I think some of this had some glitches already, these rock textures. And this is actually what it used to look like. So I think it isn't upgraded. But we are just getting so many more errors, too. Oh yeah, there it says it uses an old surface format and needs to be upgraded. So this is pre-upgrade, but that isn't fixing the arms thing. So I feel like it just must have changed the way it interprets how the arms go. I think the rocks issue is definitely related to must be 4.2 then. Yeah. Yeah, the arms thing. Exactly. But like, you know, that's really the only problem. Like upgrading it is in a weird way, these rocks textures looked better even though they have problems either way, because we still have these glitches, and those glitches were happening anyway. And I mean, maybe we just find a different way to fix it, you know? It's just not gonna work right out the box. I don't know. I really don't want to lose out on the new version. Pierogi makes an excellent point. But I'd still like to try. So with the play method, we've got string name, custom blend float. Whoops. It's always case by case. Yeah. Custom speed 1. From end Boolean false. So I'd want to add 1 and false. We don't want it to be from end. And I feel like as long as that second argument isn't there like, oops, whoa, you can pop this out? What the heck? Oh my god. I didn't mean to pop it out. Pop it back in! Whoa. I bought this fancy new ramen called Spicy AF flavor, and it lives up to its name. Nice. You can just close the pops window. Okay. I was just like, what is happening? What is happening? It is useful. It is useful. I would just like to do it on purpose. Right here, there's this little icon up in the top right. Right there. That does it. It pops it. This has been what a 3 hours the last few have been. I don't even know what to do anymore. I know there's a way to like tab between documentation. There, I guess I can just look for it and do it that way. So I don't know why just specifying what should be default anyway would make a difference, but I'm gonna put it in there. I also could try the built-in features, because last time the only reason we did the code was because the built-in feature wasn't working. Maybe in 4.2, the built-in animation blending works better, or something. That definitely isn't helping there at all. So like, what if I get rid of all this? Don't specify the blend whatsoever. So it should be a very sudden switch between the two animations when I start to run. Right? No blending attempted. And so the way that it was supposed to work before was we come to edit transition. So I'd want to go to like run. I don't exactly remember how they matched up. Godot blend transition animations. I don't remember which video we were looking at. Probably this one. Definitely this one. 100% this one. And this one was 3 years old. So what, it worked 3 years ago and then it broke in 4.1 and now it works in 4.2? It's a stretch.
next animation. I mean, come on, that's pretty awesome. And all we have to do to fix the other one is simply blend them both half. The down animation, we're just going to edit the left and right animations, making them both half a second. Now, when the down animation...
So on the different one, so if I have run selected, I want to make the walk have the transition. And if I'm on walk, I'm going to make run have the transition. I don't have next auto cue set up. I might want to do that. I don't know. No blend. None at all. And I remember the only thing that got it to sort of do something was to just like turn it up like a significant amount, like make it like 1,000. And then we like kind of saw something. I don't know why this would make a difference. No blend. So for whatever reason, this still doesn't do anything. Whatever, I'm just going to set it to both of them. If it's in milliseconds, 1,000 would be a second. Maybe it's in milliseconds. Yeah, right? It according to that tutorial, it should be seconds. Okay, so now when I set those differently, actually, now it kind of looks like it does before. When we set it in code. It actually looks very similar to when we set it up in code. Even though it worked great in the old version. It just all doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'm still here for Godot. I'm still here for Godot. But these are... So it only works if I put it at all, if I put it on both of them. Not one or the other. I could do the milliseconds thing. We could try the milliseconds thing. Set it to 1,000. I'm doing the opposites again. Come to walk. Nothing. Set the same thing that it is to 1,000. Come to run. Set it to 1,000. Run it. I mean, it doesn't even seem to do anything at all. Oddly enough. Wasn't it doing like a little something when I had it set to 1? Or was that only if they both were set? It's so confusing. So I've just set walk to have the transition set for both run and walk. So going from walk to run, it tries to blend it. And what if I remove the auto cue? for falling in holes. It still tries to blend it. And they're both set to 1. Come to the run. The run only has run. Set both walk and run to 1. And then I think this is pretty much what we see when we do it in code. Is it like flipping the arms backwards and all over the place? It almost makes me think this is not where the issue is. That maybe somehow in the armature stuff, the animating, the keyframing. But then again, that isn't messed up. Can you try setting deterministic to true on the inspector? Not sure what it does though. Alright. Let's go for it. I would love to. I'd be delighted to. What the? It describes itself as blending uses the deterministic algorithm. The total weight is not normalized, and the result is accumulated with an initial value 0 or a reset animation if present. This means that if the total amount of blending is 0, the result is equal to the reset animation. If the number of tracks between the blended animations is different, the animation with the missing track is treated as if it had the initial value. I just can't take it seriously with that happening. If false, the blend does not use the deterministic algorithm. I wonder if deterministic is set to determined by chaos. Oh man. I wonder, okay, but I also wonder if it has to do with the fact that it's set on both ends. You know? Come over here. Because, I mean, that like, doesn't make sense in general, that we would set it on both ends. Deterministic is on. It's not better. Wait. Wait, it kind of is. It's just when I let go, it's snapping instead of blending. But actually, the blend into it... No, it's not blending at all. Wait, is it? No, it's not. I see, it's just doing nothing. It's not better. It's just doing nothing. But that did fix it from being chaos. At least it's not chaos. What if I set it to itself? So all I did... So, in this cross animation blend time, when it was chaos, I had both the walk and the run cross animation blend time set to 1. That's when it was chaos. And I set it so the opposite, that is to say we're on walk, and I set the run, I set it so the opposite is the only one that has a 1 on it. And that just basically is, apparently, is making it do nothing, as far as I can tell. I'll make it 1,000, just to continue testing that theory that I don't think is the case. I'm basically 90% sure it's not milliseconds. But whatever. Yeah, just nothing happens. So whenever I set it to only 1, just nothing happens. If I set it to both, something happens, but it's quite upsetting. So if I set run and set its own cross animation blend time, which doesn't make sense, it also has the auto cue, which I don't understand. Let's turn that off. Come to walk, animation, edit, set itself to 1. I feel like this is going to do nothing as well. Oh, it's chaos. That's where the chaos happens. No idea. Worth checking. Certainly interesting. Certainly interesting. But no idea what it's doing. And then, you know, doing it in code like we originally had it. So I'm just gonna remove all this. So yeah, I was basically just testing to see if these worked in the new version better, but it's not. What happens if you turn off the cross times completely and do it through code like before with deterministic? Oh, ooh, that's an interesting idea. I will try this. So I'll hop into the player, script, put in the code. The other option is using animation tree state machine to manage animations. It sounds complicated, but it isn't. Yeah, that's something I've been meaning to learn, actually. Oh, and before I forget, let me get you in the credits list. It's just to be thorough. I just like to do it. My 2 cents, Godot consultant. Okay. You can try Psychotic City first since it's quicker. Yeah. Yeah, I was definitely thinking maybe we do that at some point for something. It's something I've been meaning to learn for sure. Okay, so set the code back in there. Hit up the animation player. If it doesn't work, I'll guide you through the animation tree afterwards if you'd like. I'm interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. I mean, I've already been streaming so long. So much longer than I ever could have anticipated. But that's okay. So this is without deterministic on. This is the problem that was introduced in 4.2 for us for this project. Where upon switching between the run and walk, it's like flipping around the position. It's not even blending it. It's like chopping through it. It almost looks like stop motion. And then it's like, it's not blending it at all. It's just not blending it. But it's doing something. Okay. Now with deterministic on, who knows what's going to happen? Chaos. We knew. On some level, we knew. It's interesting. And then, I mean, if I remove the blending, if I remove the blending, is the chaos gone? It is! So we really are just doing the same thing. How strange. Not an issue for us in the previous version. The previous version, it worked marvelously. But yeah, I'm interested in the animation tree thing. As you know, I'm kind of pushing the stream longer than it needs to be. But since you're here and you're willing, I am totally down because I don't know. I'd like to be in the latest version of Godot. I would. I just would. It's what I'd like. And so you're saying we're using specifically the animation tree node to set this up. So we're going to add an animation tree and set its animation player. Oh, cool. Wait, so I can just set it to the one I already made. Nice. So I guess I want to just comment this stuff out. For now. I can leave it all? Alright. Alright, so we're setting the animation player as its animation player. Got it. Done. I have done this. The HP thing kind of partially got done. Since now the animation tree is the one controlling the animation now. Right, but then this... So you're saying that'll override this? Because I would think this would still then... Won't they conflict with each other? Like, I mean... Will it know to ignore this? It will override it? Oh, okay. But maybe only once I set it up? Because we are switching here. It will even ignore the animation player in the editor. Try it now. So when I press it, it does switch to the run from the walk, which I feel like is because of the code. Right? Set the tree node. Now what is this? What is this? Tree root. Set it to the alien. Like this TSCN file. You meant state machine. What? What do you mean? I'm gonna update my hacking plan. Because the HP bar got kind of fixed. But not really. One of the drop-down options says state machine. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Set this to state machine. Oh, this looks like Unity right now. This is giving Unity. And then we have to set something to alien. I see we got the start and end. And I remember in Unity, what you would do is you would add in like the walk here and the run here, and then you'd like point them back at each other. Add an animation, walk, and then you'd add like I didn't mean to add 2 of those. Add a run. And then you just kind of like wire, you create these like, is that the blend space? Or blend tree? And you could like connect things to each other. Root node needs to be set to alien, I believe. Okay, here's root. Okay, so when we click on it, wait. So when I need to move the chat. When I click on it, it changes something in the inspector. We've got resource like path, name. We've got a script we can refer to. But I'm not sure how to set that. If you click on the animation tree, you should be able to see the root node. There's root motion, and it's got a track. If you click on the animation tree, you should be able to see root node. I mean, there is this path root here, and I feel like that's what this all is down here, right? Oh, there's connect nodes. Nice. Yeah, this is how it was in Unity. It's set to armature. I think that's fine. It's grayed out anyway. Really? Where is that information? Oh, here, I see. Root node armature. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. Yeah, that looks good. That seems okay. Gotcha. Okay. You can set the blend time in the transition arrows. Okay, there's crossfade time. So if we say 1 second here. Ooh, we got a curve? Let's go. Okay, that's awesome. Here we go. We got walk to run. I don't think we want an end. But I do want run to also go back to walk. Whoa! Parameters playback aborts the transition by detecting one or more loop transitions in the same frame. I mean, so maybe not exactly like Unity. Or maybe we can say it goes back and forth on here. It's an infinite loop because no condition is set. Right. Gotcha. And where, pray tell, do we set conditions? Oh, I see. In advance. Mode auto. All right, Psychonic. Hey, thanks for coming through. Appreciate you. Take good care. Get some good sleep. I hope everything in your world is going well, projects and everything. Have a good night. I should be going to bed too soon. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't even know how I'm gonna title this live stream. You can name whatever condition you want. So when I just say press run, but it has to somehow know that. So I would like, would I just do GD script in here? I should just is running and is walking. Oh, that's a beautiful one. I love that. Walking will just happen by default, so I don't really even need to define this. You're just walking immediately. That's just the default state. So I don't even think I need a condition for that. I mean, I guess I do. I guess in some ways I do need a condition for it. Now, in terms of defining that condition, I presume we're adding something in expression with a transition back to walking. Oh, yeah, because now we have... I see what you're saying. Gotcha. So drag this here. And then we won't have the infinite loop now that we've defined the condition. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Is walking, go back to walk. Is running, go to run. Understood. Got you. Nice. This is going well. And then we'll say 1 second for that blend time. 1 second for this blend time. In code, you should type animation tree, parameters, conditions, is running, equals false, for example, if you click run. Okay, okay. So we'll come back to the script. We already in the script. Lovely. If you click walk, yeah. All right. So if input is set to true, we want to say animation tree and you got that in brackets. Is this is correct? Condition, I believe you. Is running. I'm not getting an error. So that's good. Animation tree. Oh, I forgot to set up the other one, which is a temporary one. I need to set it to either true or false. Oh, yeah. True. Animation tree, parameters, conditions. So then I guess I would need to tell it to become false here as well. So like is running false. And then that would be it. Oh no. Wait. A little bit more than that. I think it had the same problem. First of all, I think it had the same problem. Secondly, we need to also tell it that walking is true. So that means the problem is living somewhere else potentially. It's much less elegant, isn't it? Can you first check that the animation tree is in fact controlling the animations and not the animation player? I mean, the code wouldn't have even worked if it wasn't. How would I check that? Like, this is the only place that that exists. Like, I just overwrote the code that made it work. So, like, it wouldn't have been possible otherwise. But, you know, yeah. That's not right. And then, you know, if I don't put all that in there, it stays running and it doesn't turn it back to walking. Just stays running. So I have a feeling that even if, you know, I figure out this and have these conditions set up correctly, that the blending is still not blending right. And that makes me curious. Godot 4.2 animation blending problem. Unexpected change in behavior of animation blending using animation player in 4.2. Reproducible. In Godot versions before 4.2, when transitioning from one animation to another, using the animation player and configuring the blend times for the animations, and then play a third animation, I don't know about that, using the same animation player before the transition. Yeah, I know. From the first to the second animation is completed, there would be a smooth transition from the first animation to the third. In Godot 4.2, 4.2.1, this behavior changed. When transitioning to the third animation, before the transition from animation 1 to 2 finished, there will be a jump to the start of animation 2 and then transition to animation 3. I mean, this isn't exactly what we're doing. You lose internet roughly the same time each day. I think someone at the internet company's messing with me. Oh, I hate that. I honestly was expecting a little more than that. You know, it almost points to maybe I set up... No, I can't just set up the animations in Blender because I still have to blend between the different animations. So I still have to use the animation player. So maybe I just go back to 4.1. I mean, at this point. My 2 cents. Thank you for helping me set up the animation tree. It was good to eliminate what might be the problem. I call in the guy's like, looks good to me. And I try, and it is. I hate that. Dude, the ISPs are so unhelpful. They're so unhelpful. Well, let me update my hacking plan. It's got a little unwound. Everything kind of got unwound. So as far as the add health bar to body / head, estimated 4 hours, I would say we've definitely logged about 3 hours, but the estimation needs to be increased. I'm gonna say it could take another 4 hours to really figure it out. Because this is partially happening. So I could add a comment on here and say that got hung up with a Godot issue rendering the health bar in 3D. It works, but does not appear and hide on hover or when health is below a certain amount. My 2 cents says, in your case, there is a frame where the hand goes way up in the air, which doesn't exist in any frame of the 2 animations. It's the blending algorithm messing everything up. Yeah. I like that. It's the blending algorithm. That's the problem. So I say we go back to the old version, which I don't really want to do. But it kind of seems like the right thing at this point. Let me at least save it as this version. It's the version where the hand is going way up. Oh, the deterministic was on. That could still, well, we didn't test it. Oh, I think I undid it, and that's why deterministic came back on. There's a game for free until tomorrow on Epic. It's called Cat Quest. It's an RPG, and you're a cat, so I got it. Only reasonable. That is the right, you made the right choice. You made the right choice. That is the only choice that you make in that situation. That sounds like a really cool game. Cat Quest. I like the sound of that. It's like Stray, but different. It looks cute. It's a game series. Watch out. Looks like some RPG turn-based kind of thing. Looks cute. Nice colors. So what I'll do is save this, head over to GitHub. Let's go back to the old version. All the way back. I'm gonna say saving before reverting to 4.1. Animation blending algorithm seems different between versions somehow. Reverting back due to, as the celebrities who are getting divorced say, irrevocable differences. All right. Let's close Godot 4.2 down. Take good care, Godot 4.2. It's been lovely. I'm going to revert. Now this might take me back. I don't know if this puts me all the way back to the 4.1 version yet. Oh, I think it does. I think we're okay. This has been an experience. This has been an experience today. Oh! Okay. Cool. Cool. That was cool. That was unexpected. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have a feeling we did not revert correctly. So I'm a little confused. And I'm a little concerned, actually. Because the version I need to get back to. Now, Progigon messaged me once an idea of how to go back multiple versions. But I actually really need to find this out right now. Because I think that reverted back to another 4.2 version. Not a 4.1 version. It reverted to... So I want to get back to this commit. I mean, can I... Yeah, it's not going to let me. Oh dear. Now I'm in a pickle. And I don't know how to use GitHub in this situation. Oh god. I'm just not catching a break today. The game dev is rough today, guys. It's rough today. I don't know, man. Ugh. This is not fun. This is not fun. Yeah, most people can help with this, I find. Yeah, thank you though, my 2 cents. So I'm looking for an old message that might help me. But I don't know if it really will, because I never actually looked at it. But I need to scroll through a bunch of stuff to look for it. And I wish myself luck. Great luck in finding it. So someone sent me how to do this, or at least they didn't necessarily know how to do it. They were kind of postulating how to do it, but it's the best I got. Because I remember looking into it at the time. I wanted to go back multiple commits in GitHub. And I was just like not finding an answer. Oh man, either I've missed it or this is way far back. I'm just gonna scroll a bunch. Can you search a conversation with somebody? Oh, you can? Come on, Discord. Okay, it looks like it can, but it needs to index the direct message. Ah! Well, I guess I can hack and plan fixing my GitHub to get me back to an old version. I have such a long conversation with this person. It's just like, it's trying so hard to index it. It's gonna take so long. Well, maybe I don't get to solve this tonight. And I just get to walk out with more problems than when I started. And that's just all it is. Maybe that's just all it is. Well, I can't do anything. I don't have a project at the moment. So I'll just spin around in my chair a few times and see if that helps. It doesn't seem to be helping. It did make my audio break. Only for me, though. So that was maybe a mistake. I see that you guys can still hear, so that's good. Oh my goodness. Oh man. I don't know. I don't think this is gonna sort itself out. I don't think it's gonna sort itself out. How did this break my audio? Oh my gosh. The DM search is still going. Guys, I think I gotta call it. At some point here, I mean, I hate to do that. Like, I like to end these on a note of some kind of like, here's what we did. This was the result. I mean, I guess I could look at it. This is probably the best if I just look back at the live stream and point to when it did work well. And we say that that's where we're at. Happy day. I can't hear my stream audio, which I like to monitor, but we just let that go. That's where we're at. We just let that go. We'll just be okay with that. What things were achieved today? Well, the first 3 hours, I would say were very successful. The first 3 hours were about setting up the damage flash to flash on hit for 4 seconds. It was actually a difficult journey to get that to be that way. To have each limb flash independently of the others in a way that it is additive. So if you hit the same limb multiple times, it will stack how long it flashes. I can only show you footage from the live stream of that possibly working in order to demonstrate that for now. And then I wanted to add a health bar. That was a goal that I had, was adding a health bar specifically to the body. We also had decided about shrinking the limbs down as a way to represent their health. And that's going to be something I was going to work on next week. I have a feeling I'm going to need to work on it beyond next week. Got the health bar set up, had all kinds of excitement, trying to figure out how to get it to render in the viewport. We did find a way to get it to render in the viewport, finally, thanks to Psychonic Joe's help. Psychonic Joe had us put it in code, had us attach the HP bar texture to the viewport via code, and that worked out really nicely. And in that troubleshooting process, I upgraded to Godot 4.2. It didn't turn out to be what needed to be done to make everything work. It turned out I didn't need to upgrade to 4.2. Probably. Most likely. 4.2 introduced some problems in the project that I attempted to resolve, but I couldn't resolve. And that's just the reality. I tried, but I couldn't. And at some point, I have to call it, so I'm calling it. But in many ways, there's success here. And I think the success is certainly the health bar journey. That was an interesting thing to learn. And learning about the engine, really, today has been a lot about learning about arguably the limitations of the engine, arguably just the, you know, how do you say, kind of the scrappiness of the engine. The scrappiness of the engine. And that's a good thing to learn. That's a good thing to learn. I will see if I can resolve the GitHub reverting thing at some point. Hopefully I can. And so I don't know if next week I'm going to necessarily be diving as into the limb shrinkage representing HP as I'd like to. First, I need to figure out how to get my... So I guess that's a task. Is saying... I don't even know. It's not design programming. I guess we'll say bug. It's not really a bug. I kind of need a new category for that. Right? Like, it's not programming, it's not art, it's not design, it's not running, it's not marketing, it's not sound, it's not ideas. Software, dev, Godot. We're just gonna call it the Godot category. You want me to give it an icon? I don't know, it's not letting me choose one. I mean, obviously the icon should be the Godot logo, but we'll just make it, for now, let's just make it a Godot-ish blue. Like I was just a minus sign. Just minus. Oh, there we go. Now we get some icon choices. Oh, we have to pick one that's already here. What is a Godot-y one? This is almost like Godot. It's probably like another program. What if they have a Godot icon? That would be wild. They have Google icons. They do have Google icons. Maybe we could do like a wrench or something. Yeah, give me a wrench. That's the Godot icon, is a wrench. So, this will be a new task in the category of Godot. Revert back multiple versions in GitHub to 4.1 version of game. I worked a long time today. I know. Importance, I mean, this is what urgent really is. This is what urgent is really for. Estimated, dear God, please don't take more than 4 hours. Upgraded to version 4.2 of Godot. It caused a lot of problems. Made a couple GitHub commits that I don't know how to go, and I don't know how to get back to the 4.1 version yet. Alright, there's that one. This is not really urgent anymore. Repair torn arms, that can go ahead and be high. That can be high, but it's not urgent. It's definitely not urgent. Urgent is we can't access the project as it was. We can also just stay on 4.2. Now I have to, but then I have to undo a revert, and I don't even know how to do that. Oh gosh. I'm just glad we learned how to set up the health bar. Yeah, me too. I'm using that knowledge in my game. Good luck with Godot version issue. Catch you another stream. Good night. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here for all this. I really appreciate it. And I am glad we figured that out too. That was a really good discovery. That was an awesome discovery. The health bar thing. So that is resolved. If there was something to be learned today, it's that you should apply your viewport texture in code and not via Godot UI. Scrappy engine can be a little scrappy. This is actually an in-progress one. I mean, at this point, this one is planned. It is in progress, but it's a lower in progress. Yeah, I'll see you guys. Absolutely. So I'm gonna be back tomorrow for a 1-hour game jam. All right, I do that every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern time. I will be using Godot. And then on Monday, I'll be doing the member stream. Let me give some love to the people who support this channel. You can support on Patreon or YouTube. If you are a YouTube premium member, you can actually get the first month free as a member on YouTube. On Patreon, you can actually join this one for free. So if you come over here and you sign up with your email, you're gonna get a live stream tomorrow, every Friday, in your email inbox. It's a unique live stream that you can only get if you are a patron or you sign up for free on the Patreon. So go to patreon.com/hypergamedev in order to get that free live stream. And you also get a newsletter that comes with that. So that's some information. That's some information for you. Other than that, y'all, that's all I got. That's all I got today. I did my best. I swear. I did my best. Sometimes it be like this. Sometimes I can't tie that package with a neat little bow. But that's all right. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello. Thanks for tuning in. You can tap or click in the bottom left to watch the last episode in this series of Godot project working ons, or you can tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.